Good start. Hey, York. We're gonna get started on time pretty much. Welcome in, guys. If you've never been here before, my name is Josh, and I have the website beforetimes.shop where I sell old stuff. I am currently in the process of trying to liquidate some of one of the biggest accumulations of 8 tracks in the world, as well as 100,000, 200,000 cassette tapes and other types of music. Um, Today I'm going to flip through them like I have been, throw them up there, run them for a little bit, and kind of sort them out into genres as I go. Nothing sorted. Uh, I didn't grab what I could see was sealed today. There might be some sealed mixed in. Um, no idea what's going to be up here. Um, like you, I'm hoping for early hip hop and heavy metal and uh, Iron Maiden 8 tracks and sealed Chicago quads and stuff like that. But we'll see what we find. I will take a break probably at 3 o'clock or around then. If you guys are throwing money at me left and right, I'll maybe I won't, but that probably won't happen. Yeah, and the Ramones are in there somewhere, but I don't know if it'll be today. Um, and then I'll be back at 5 after I take a break for a while. And at 5, I will do sealed cassette tapes. And I'll be running those for $2. I'm going to run these 8 tracks at 4. Um, so if you're wanting to hang out and listen, um, I do say the name of the, if you've never been here before, I do say the name of the, at least the artist. Most of the time I say the name of the type, the album too. So you don't have to sit here and watch my cutting board with the tapes that are currently up the entire time. You can set your phone down, and if you hear me say Ramones, then you can scurry to your phone real quick and pull it up. Sealed cassettes is at 5. Did I put that on my notes? I put it on the front, the thumbnail image. Okay, I didn't put any notes in. I'm not doing real good today. There we go. We got the show notes. All right, thank you, Classic. There won't be any cassettes until 5 o'clock. But if I do it that way, if I see that it's not working at all, I'll stop doing it. But that way, people can have combined shipping, and I've only got one show to do rather than 2 separate ones. Oh, I'm sure there is somewhere, but I've probably got at least 3,000 boxes of tapes. None of it's categorized. None of the vinyls categorized. This all used to be on a website I had before I was exiled. We had hundreds of thousands of titles, and everything was categorized on the website where you could search. And it didn't have to be in order in the warehouse because when something sold, you could tell by the bin number or the SKU where it was at. Um, there was no reason we didn't. It wasn't a store that was open to the public to flip through. You just went to the website. So there's no rhyme or reason. I don't have the database information. Um, so this is how I have to suffer, and how anyone that wants to maybe get a good deal has to suffer. Hey, Ohio. Hey, Ohio, I sent you a few tapes. Um, tell me if they'll work. If they'll work, I'll hook you up with how many ever you need. But I didn't want to send you a whole bunch and use up a shipping adjustment, uh, and then have them not work, because then you'd have a bunch of 8 tracks that you didn't know what to do with. Hey, butterfly. All right, I'm gonna get started. So we have whatever that is, some sort of polka looking thing in German. The Very Best of Lawrence Welk. The Legend of Jesse James. And the Parrish Brothers down there in the corner. And Jesse James is a soundtrack. So let's try 15 seconds. Still trying to get my setup over here to look the best it can. Butterfly, Bishy said she sent you a message. I don't know if you're probably not looking at it. I don't know where she sent the message to. So when these don't sell, then I'm kind of just moving them over here, and kind of sorting them out. I'm going to start lotting some of the ones that don't sell up for uh, eBay or other places or whatever. There's a 1985 Waylon Jennings Collector's Series. Alabama, My Home's in Alabama. The Dukes of Dixieland. Greatest Hits. And Andy Williams, Songs from My Fair Lady. Yeah, those are. Yeah, and feel free to make offers. I've got tons of stuff in the buy now. Didn't add too much since yesterday. Um, Star Wars. Vienna Symphony Orchestra, Geza and Mozart, The World of Johnny Horton, and The Best of Eddie Rabbit. And I still have the stuff from yesterday along the walls on the tables in this room. I may paint around some later. If you see something you want, though, bid on it, because if there's super good stuff that just doesn't get a bid, I'll probably set it aside to do something else with it. We got Grease Volume 1, a bootleg. Cadillac 1969 car demo tape. Johnny Lee Greatest Hits. And that's a record club one from '83. Yeah, they're. And I don't know if there were so much bootlegs. They just commonly call them bootlegs. They were sort of like, I don't know, they were called truck stop tapes too. Yeah, those are running. They put those goofy covers on and put them in real cheap cases, and yeah, and sometimes they're not even the original artists. Sometimes they say like performed by the Odyssey group or something, and then they oh man, sorry. Then they wouldn't have to pay the royalties, which I think it was probably technically illegal, but they could afford to sell them real cheap. Best of Lawrence Welk. Frank Sinatra, My Way. And I don't have it in the show notes. I don't have my link that says all my terms. I should have done that. These are all unrefurbished. So if you want to play them, you probably got to put new pads and new sensing splices on them and everything. Buck Owens, My Heart Skips a Beat, and Gary Paxton. I was listening to you this morning while I was packaging Ohio. I I'd be okay if there was more singing. We got Glenn Campbell, Southern Nights. I'm not too much for tutorials, and it's impossible to even see what you're doing when I'm shipping. Dance Little Bird, Bob Kames, The Happy Organ, Frank Sinatra, The Main Event, and Sandler and Young, Pretty Things Come in Twos. And now I just listen to you talk and listen to you sing when you're singing, and then if I hear laughter, I go over and see what was making you laugh. Oh yes, and Kiki, if I did catch her once today when you were talking about her. Um, when I'm listening and I can have the device sitting beside me, then I can see more of what's going on. But when I'm shipping, I can't look much at all. Country music's greatest stars. Red Steagle, was a different red today. Ray Conniff, TV themes, and Open Up Your Heart. You were talking about kids. I thought about going over and typing uh, the kiddies are better than the kids anyway. Problem is, most of the kiddies only live for 15 or 20 years. Lawrence Welk waltzes. Highlight on Lady Rock. It's a very suggestive looking picture of that woman and her microphone. Here You Come Again, a very suggestive title by Dolly Parton. And Lawrence Welk and Myron Florin polkas. In Ohio, she was getting rowdy this morning with all of her innuendo. He had me giggling a few times while I was packaging, and that's pretty difficult. You probably won't be back for another 3 weeks now. Kenny Rogers' Greatest Hits. Emmylou Harris, Evangeline. Jimmy Buffett in concert next week. All right. And Bette Midler looking as sultry as Bette Midler can look. Live at Last. I think that I can't actually see a hole, but there's a shadow there. Her belly button's got to be somewhere there in the underside. I'd count it. A quarter belly button. Jefferson Starship, Modern Times. Ray Price's Greatest Hits. K-Tel Looney Tunes. And Charlie Rich Classic Rich Volume 2. And there's a run. That Looney Tunes is a pretty good tape. If you guys are, at least it used to be, if you guys are resellers and see that out of a thrift shop for a quarter, that's a good one to pick up. Very desirable as far as 8-tracks goes. Desirable as 8-tracks can be, I guess. The Looney Tunes. It's got Goofy like They're Coming to Take Me Away, Haunted House, Hello Mudda, Hello Fada, Rubber Ducky, those type of songs. It was a K-Tel when they sold it on TV, like in those. Oh, you're old enough to remember, aren't you? Ohio, they'd they'd have music ads and they'd have those titles that would flow down the screen, and then they would say, "And many, many more." And then you buy the album, and there's like 2 more songs than they showed on the scroll. Louis Armstrong and His Friends. Truck Stop. I'm sure there's lots of reds on there. Red Sovine's the only red. And then there's Henry Mancini, Pure Gold, and Great Waltz. I had an uncle or a cousin named Red. He had a wife that was a midget. She wasn't really a midget. She was just like really short, very short. We got Tommy Dorsey. Remember Tommy? Johnny Paycheck. Take this job and shove it. Million sellers from Hollywood. Carlini's World of Strings. He did not drive a truck. I think he worked at the glass plant. Jerry Reed, Mind Your Love. Well, I could have just kept it with the midget, but she was probably like 4'9" or something. And Bish will reach through the phone and slap me. What's for supper tonight, Bishy? Myron Florin, Polka Polka Polka. Ray Conniff, something or other, nobody cares anyway. Tommy Dorsey, and Johnny Paycheck's Greatest Hits Volume 2. And those are running. No death metal 8 tracks. I don't think death metal was really a thing back then. Yeah, death bluegrass. People singing about despair and misery. Country music, but I know there used to be some. I know I had several Iron Maiden ones around here, but where they're at, I don't know. 50 Great Country Stars. Magnavox Mock Box Preventer, reprise of hits. Ray Conniff and the singers Somewhere My Love, and Wayne Newton. Well, if I pull one out, I'm hoping there's at least 2 people here that are down for it. Because I would try like a little schoolgirl if it sold for $4. Yeah, Ohio Nurse has good shows when she has them. She insists on not being a stay-at-home kitty mom though. When you were talking about Josh not wanting or not being upset when you are off work, I was thinking, well, why go back? He doesn't care. Ray Conniff, Love Story, The Sheiks, Tommy and Carolyn, Waylon Jennings, Music Man, and Wayne Newton live. And those are running. Tell him to pick up a second job. He's not going to allow you to watch my shows anymore. York, you just tell Butterfly she can go look. He got about 20 or 30,000 LPs in that room. She threatened to look through. Buck Owens, Top Country, Volume 12, the best of the 50s various artists. That's kind of bunged up on the label, but that's a really late one. That's a 1986. And Oktoberfest. I told Butterfly to go get looking for the good tapes and the good records. Well, she was harassing me saying she hopes we find them soon. She could make everything. There's enough here that she could just start selling stuff herself if she wanted to. But I don't think she has any desire to do that because I really don't have much desire to do it. Being from Charlie's Angels, Mancini's Angels with lots of cleavage on that one. No belly buttons though. Arthur Fiedler, Boston Pop's greatest hits of the 70s. Red Steagle and the Coleman County Cowboys. And some sort of country compilation. And that's running. Oh, I'm hoping to get through enough of them before it gets warm that I don't know, that I won't feel bad disposing of what's left, but we'll see. I could box them up in a container and ship them out to you, Bishy. You can build a little house out of them. 40 country hits of the 40s. Realistic sound effects. Dean Martin Deluxe. And another Red Steagle. It's Red Steagle Day. And that is running. Oh, they're horrible. If this place caught fire, it would be like a blowtorch. All the vinyl and plastic from all the tapes. It's okay, Ohio. Global warming's a hoax. It's freezing in Pennsylvania this winter. All those people out in California complaining that it doesn't rain. I don't. Surely it's all lies because it rains and snows here almost every day. Great groups of the 40s and 50s. Jeannie C. Riley, Harper Valley PTA, Buck Owens, Arms Full of Empty, and the Boston Symphony Heifetz and a bunch of concertos. My latest thing, Ohio, on social media, I am now getting cartoons from all these different people that I don't follow. They're like suggested and paid posts because I follow very few people. I just post my stuff from my website. There are these cartoons from a whole bunch of different groups, and They're all very suggestive and raunchy cartoons that somebody scanned from like old like men's magazines. You know, the kind with the cartoon women with the big boobs hanging out of their dresses and those sort of things. It's ridiculous. I searched for nothing that would lead me to get those. And I searched for nothing that would lead me to get the flat earther stuff that I was getting there for a few months. Johnny Paycheck, Armed and Crazy, The Best of Glenn Miller, Red Sovine, The Sensational, and Porter Wagner, The Cold Hard Facts of Life. I don't even know if my I've never even asked Siri anything. The only thing I use the iPhone for is streaming and to play Evil Apples with Bishy, but I think I've been banned from there because nobody seems to be playing and I don't know how to see the games. I don't It doesn't say have any games. But I don't know if that is connected to my computer. I don't have my Facebook and stuff on my iPhone, is what I'm saying. I mean, it might be somehow, they might be coming prescient and talking when I'm not paying attention. I don't know, Bishy. Every day it says that I'm waiting for players. I don't know how to start them. I just every once in a while I see there's one. I got to refresh it constantly. Truck stop favorites: Gene Shepard, Seven Lonely Days, Charlie Rich, The Silver Fox, and super hits. What's a Floyd Kramer in a pretty purple case? I got the new, well, last year's new Galaxy that I use, and it's supposed to have AI, but if you look in the settings, the AI is it doesn't really do too much, at least as much as I do with it. But it does have Google on it and the Google AI and the Gemini. Hey, Pendejo. Anybody that comes in looking for cassette tapes, I'm gonna do cassette tapes at 5. Check the show notes. I'm doing 8 tracks right now. Well, I'm trying. I haven't sold a single one. Bob Kames, Organ and Chimes, Christmas with Conniff, Johnny Mathis, Give Me Your Love at Christmas, and the 12 Days of Christmas. And that's right. Christmas Memories of Nat King Cole by Bishop Caines. Christmas Salute to Ken Griffin. Barbara Mandrell, Just for the Record. And Bill Cosby, 200 Miles an Hour. Those are Country Sunday in Georgia, the Lewis family. Clark Country. Eddie Arnold sings love songs. Mel Tillis, Your Body is an Outlaw. There's a Bishy. When I find a Black Sabbath, I'm gonna hold it until there's only 5 people in here, and then I'm gonna run it, and you can make a clip of it. There's me, you, Ohio, and Butterfly, and probably one of my other devices, and then 2 people that are lurking with this playing in the background, hoping to hear something good that are gonna pop on if I do that. Christmas with Rosemary Clooney, Nat King Cole, the Christmas song, the Christmas album with various artists. There's that. See, there's Ghost. Ghost will snag it. Which would even be funnier because then Ghost would get it for $4 and he could rub it in their faces and he could have the clip to prove it. And The Joy of Christmas, New York Philharmonic and the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. I I don't know Yorp. I picture Yorp and some other people as sitting in an office with like burner phones laying all over the place, with shows open to whatnot, just waiting for something good. I picture Keith's one of the ones that I picture doing that. He's got burner phones propped up all over the place, waiting for the that $2,000 photo that some dumbass runs for $1. Home for Christmas, Volume 2, Rex Allen Jr. Brand New, A Merry Christmas Treasury, and Bing Crosby Merry Christmas. I realize I sell on here, but I really interact with nobody outside of me and Butterfly other than on here. And unless I go to auctions or something, I haven't been for months. I've been just selling what I have. And but I have talked to Keith a couple times, and when I he's told me things which I'm not going to say what he's told me, but he's told me he's got some really good deals on here that he's resold. I bought a few things that I've sold for pretty good profits off of people, even though I don't buy much. Yeah, he has got some things off of me in addition to the other people, and he tells me when he does. At least he just told me different times he has. Maybe he doesn't tell me every time. Christmas Disco, Jackie Gleason, White Christmas, Bill Anderson, My Life, and Mickey Gillies, Smokin'. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I've got somebody that buys a from that he's nice, and if he gets something ridiculously cheap, he'll send me a tip. The best of BJ Thomas music from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. K Tell the Best of Country Music Volume 7, and Jerry Clower Power. Did you finish Diane's Butterfly? George Carlin, Toledo Window Box. The Rolling Stones, Tattoo You. Harry Chapin, Greatest Stories Live. And Ray Conniff, We Wish You a Merry Christmas. Is it here? I'm not that familiar with your needles. Godspell soundtrack. Glenn Campbell. Something About You, Baby, I Like. Diesel Smoke and Dangerous Curves. More truck driver favorites. And Ray Stevens, Don't Laugh Now. Whoops, I didn't start it. Not that it probably matters. Welcome in. You just joined me. I'm sorting through 8 tracks, and I'll be doing sealed cassettes at 5 o'clock. If you're looking for cassettes. George Carlin FM and AM. Jim Neighbors, Kiss Me Goodbye. That's actually a 4-track. And Verities and Balderdash by Harry Chapin. Three Dog Night, Seven Separate Fools. And there's Run. There's probably 8-track players in that room over there with the records. I don't know if they work. That really cool one with the clear case is over there, but you need speakers for it. Did you hear they made a new George Carlin album with AI there? I don't know, 6 months ago or something. Roger Whittaker Christmas album, Volume One, The Magic of Christmas. Robert Rhymes, Organ and Chimes, Merry Christmas, and The Best of Christmas, Volume Two. Anyway, was a rhetorical question, I guess. If you didn't know, somebody made a George Carlin album with AI, and George Carlin's family was not very happy about it. In my Christmas show where I netted $15. Mr. Christmas spoiled me that one cassette show I had. He was buying all my Christmas tapes for $2 a piece in quantity. And then I thought, well, I'll just save all my Christmas out. Surely people will want them at Christmas time. Nobody wanted any of them. Elvis Presley story, Carl Perkins blue suede shoes, Dolly Parton, New Harvest, First Gathering, and Mecco, The Wizard of Oz. Tony Bennett, that's a 4-track too. So there's a number of 4-tracks here. They're shaped different. They got a hole in the back. There's no capstan roller. Like the 4-tracks had a capstan that went up inside of it that penetrated it, I guess. Linda Ronstadt, Mad Love, Johnny Cash, the singing storyteller, Olivia Newton-John, and Roberta Flack. And that's running. Well, you've got country, big band, Christmas, and easy listening vocal pop. And the stack that I have here. And a Born Free soundtrack. Well, these are 8-tracks up there. So. All right, I'm gonna. These next ones are gonna be 4-tracks. I don't know. The 4-tracks and 8-tracks they're all in the same boxes, but there's a bunch of them here in one little row. So these are 4-tracks. Born Free soundtrack. Tony Bennett, Songs for the Jet Set. Jerry Vale, Time Alone Will Tell, and You Don't Have to Say You Love Me, Jerry Vale. And Riz are running. And Bishy, if you're ever at the thrift shop and find these for nothing, these are better than 8 tracks. I'll bet I'll bet there's I'll bet there's not a dozen of them on eBay right now. You can't even do a search for it. It's hard to tell because it comes up with everything that people put four in, but there's very few of them. Yeah, they don't work on 8 track players. You can I don't have one where I can grab it, but they've got there's a doohickey that you can stick in there that'll make a roller up there so you can play them in some 8 track players. Yeah, I mean they're hard to sell because I mean if you find really good ones, they're real valuable. But they're hard to sell. They're harder than 8 tracks to sell because nobody has any of the players, and they didn't make them for very long. Jim Neighbors by request, Jim Neighbor, The Lord's Prayer, Jerry Vale, I Hear a Rhapsody, and Glenn Miller Time with Ray McKinley and Bobby Hackett. Those for running. Those are all 4 tracks. I don't see any more in the tops of the 2 boxes that are behind me, other than that there's 4 more of them here. And Bishy, if you find them like that and they're rock and you recognize them as being like classic rock, definitely pick them up. And the same with those reel to reel tapes. If your thrift shop ever has reel to reel tapes, they're they're about as rare as 4 tracks, or a little bit more common. But if you find any of those that are rock, a lot of those are big money. Big money, like I wouldn't be just throwing them up here like this on whatnot. Barbara Streisand, the third album, Billy Vaughn, Christmas Carols, Mantovani, Hollywood, and Jane Morgan in gold. Those are running. Yeah, those the reel to reel tapes. They're hard to find because they're rare, but also when you see them, they're exactly the same shape and size as the 45 RPM box sets. I have never had a Curtis Blow on reel. I hate dealing with them, and I won't deal with them anymore. But I always hated dealing with them because you'd find them in estates, and there's hardly any way to tell without listening to them whether the whole thing's there because it's just an open reel. Okay, that was all that 4 tracks I saw in that box. The Spears, a tribute to Bill and Gloria Gaither. Guy Lombardo, Deck the Halls, More Magic of Christmas, and Linda Clifford coming oh so close to revealing her belly button. Is 2 grand a good price for that? Worth Point does not have one in its database. Oh, it's like a master or something. It's not a. It wasn't actually produced. I'm sure we'll run into Beach Boys at some point. Never released. Oh boy. Maybe that's why you didn't take 2 grand for it. Is Curtis Blow still alive? Country Christmas, Freddie Hart, Easy Lovin', Charlie Bird, and Gene Pitney, Big 16. If he's still alive, that probably would lower the value of it because it'd be harder to release it without legal action. What'd they ever do with that Martin Shkreli that released that Wu Tang album to his girlfriends? Did he get in trouble for that? Great Broadway hits. I just asked like 6 random people questions instead of just looking it up. Very Merry Christmas, Pat Boone, White Christmas. And I never did have a copy of that Sinatra album with what's his name, Jobim or whatever. I never had a copy of that. Never found one. What was in the news there a while ago, Bishop? And it was music related. There's a lot of music people here. Chuck Wagon Gang Christmas, Little Drummer Boy, Christmas Classics, and Don Reno and Red Smiley Christmas. It was probably, I don't know, I don't know, pushing 15 years ago. I bought the biggest collection in Canada at the time. Probably still is the biggest one. And I was really hoping that guy would have one. And I went through all close to 20,000 tapes, and he did not have one. Beach Boys Christmas. Oh no, Beach Boys compilation Christmas. You don't care anyway. Christmas with Jim Neighbors, Andy Williams Christmas, and Music Box Melodies at Christmas. When I was selling these online, when I had the site and was selling them on eBay and on my website and stuff, I would constantly search eBay, um, trying to find lots with one in it. I'd look for those in quads, in lots where people just took pictures of their lots. Never found one. I think over the years I saw two come up for sale on eBay while I was watching, and I think the one was 6 grand or 6,500. I get the feeling that part of that is probably, which I've never seen one, but I think a lot of, like, when I first started hearing about like that tape, it was kind of like the Honus Wagner card. Oh, there's only one in existence. There's only two of them. Well, then people keep finding them, and I'm guessing there's probably more out there than you've heard about. Country Christmas, Henry Mancini Christmas, History of Country Music, and the Sound of Music soundtrack in immaculate condition. I did have a customer one time tell me he had one. He didn't provide proof. It was a long time ago, but that was just what somebody said. But it was one of those deals that he wouldn't sell it at any price either. And Country on My Mind, compilation bootleg, K-Tel Good Times in Country Music, Leonard Bernstein, New York Philharmonic, Beethoven's Fifth, and George Beverly Shea, Hallelujah. And that is right. But I'm poor, so if I had one, I would definitely sell it. And if I was really cared about it, I would just make a really good copy for me to love and enjoy for myself. But I wouldn't care that much. I would just sell it. Like these people with $10 million paintings that they don't want to part with them. You can make a hell of a copy for 10 or 20 grand, including the frame, and then sell the original and still enjoy the view of the thing. Hell, they got those paint machines that can pretty much duplicate the depth of brush strokes on canvas. Raindrops keep falling on my head. Oh, to hear them again. Country music. They sing the songs and just plain Charlie pride. See, unfortunately, when I started doing this uh, for a living, I had a couple good scores, and it mistakenly led me to believe that there would be lots of good scores uh, in this profession, and there's a lot less good scores than you'd be led to believe by watching American Pickers and that sort of thing. Rusty, you make it rain for me. Rusty Goodman. Some sort of bootleg compilation. This statesman, his love put a song in my heart. and Super Pop Rock and Soul, Columbia Treasury. Hey, Sherry. Yeah, and it just keeps getting it just keeps getting harder. Your Because with technology, it's like hell. You go to a estate sale or an auction now, and everybody's got a smartphone, whipping it out, taking pictures of every stupid thing, every worthless thing. You have to have absolutely no knowledge whatsoever. You just have to point your phone at the right thing. Which, I mean, when I started, I had no knowledge either, because I was doing something completely different. Uh, Manford Man's Earth Band, Nightingales and Bombers, Deep Purple Fireball, Best of Leon Russell and J.J. Cale, and Edgar Winter's White Trash. Which I mean, I pissed a lot of people off when I started, because it was early on in eBay, and all the people that had antique stores, they didn't like it one bit. People selling on eBay, but it's just kind of ridiculous now that, yes, that does look like they both look like sperm. Sherry contains muted words. Did your hubby get all recovered? Is he back to? Can he drink yet? That's good. And it all worked, and he's good to go. No drinking. Did his doctor say he was healthy enough for sexual activity? Solid Gold, Roy Orbison, Greatest Hits, Stars on Long Play, and Queen the Game. Isn't that what all the commercials say? Ask your doctor if you are healthy enough for sexual activity. I've gotten two Clint. It didn't run. Woohoo! A bid. Thanks, Ghost. I've gotten two of them today, Sherry. I don't think that was in all caps though. It wasn't. Thank you, Ghost. Takes the Queen. I wonder if that's one butterfly saw. She said there's a queen when she walked in the room. It's a good thing I don't talk like Ohio in the morning. I'd be getting full government names in all caps with exclamation points. Some sort of country music sing along, history of country music. Anita Care. Uh, did she just? No, Anita Bryant just died. and the Osmonds Phase 3. I wish it was. I wish it was all good stuff. I wish it was. Hey, Beyond Leftovers. We're doing 8 tracks. I will be doing sealed cassettes at 5 o'clock. If that's what you were hoping to find. The best of Tommy James and the Shondells, Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun, Grease soundtrack, and Seals and Crofts Summer Breeze. Oh, Sherry just comes right out and asks. I was wondering that too. I the thing that popped into my head was the Beyond Burger, Beyond Meat. It's good. Have you tried it? If it was cheaper than ground beef, oh, you can't tell the difference. If it was cheaper than ground beef, I'd eat it all the time, but it's more expensive. And it's like, I don't care if it's technically supposed to be healthier. I'm not going to pay twice as much. I think they still have Beyond Burgers at Burger King. Christopher Cross, the Nutcracker, Kenny Rogers, the Gambler, and Loretta Lynn Home. And that's running. Well, that's what they say now. 10 years from now, they'll probably say it causes brain cancer or something, or butt cancer. It's a good album, but I think everybody that wants one probably has one. Yeah, try it sometime, Sherry. Go when you go to if you consume uh, Burger King, that might be a belly button. I think it might be. Go to Burger King and get 2 Whoppers. Get a regular Whopper and a Beyond Whopper, and see if you can tell the difference. As a Dolly Parton, Love is Like a Butterfly bootleg, Afterglow compilation, and Elvis for Everyone. Oh, I'm gonna say we're about four, three, 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 four. I don't know. Thank you, Anna. I don't recognize your name, and I didn't notice. If this is your first time here, we just do one, two, three, or four to make it easy to pick. Takes the Elvis. Thank you. Oh, there's another Elvis coming right up if you're into Elvis. Sitting right here in front of me. From Elvis with Love. Peter Frampton, Something's Happening. Gospel instrumentals. He's getting there in that one. And Jerry Rafferty's City is City. Thank you, Anna. You want the number one Elvis? Thank you. The Sound of Johnny Cash. Oldies but Goodies, Volume 9. Some sort of Pickwick compilation. And Oldies but Goodies, Volume 4. You have to ask him you'd have to know how tall he is. It'd be it'd be irrelevant. If he said he weighed 150 pounds, but he was only 3.5 feet tall, you wouldn't. Oh, I thought maybe she wasn't paying attention. Poor Bishy. I don't know what you women have with being short. Butterfly gets upset because she thinks she's short. Well, if it's if you're short and troll like, that might be bad. Rock Power, happy organ favorites that somebody really liked. They had, look at this. They took a one of those label makers and wrote how many minutes the tracks were. For some reason that track's only 15 minutes. So it must have a minute long blank space. Gallery of Memories and um English import, The Graduate soundtrack, Simon and Garfunkel. Those are running. Vicious troll size. I don't know what difference it makes whatsoever. I have never been attracted or unattracted to someone based on how vertically challenged or tall they were. Sherry's the perfect size. The Best of Bread, My Vacation, Lil Wally, History of Country Music, and the Statler Brothers. You can't call Sherry a whore on Whatnot. It'll mute it. Thank you, Anna. It's the best of bread. Somebody in Ohio show got muted for putting rub, the word rub. Charlie's Daniels Band, Fire in the Mountain. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Trilogy, Dusty. And Natalie Cole, Unpredictable. And Barbie Benton, Something New. You just missed one, Ohio. We're having a drought. We're gonna hit a Ted Nugent section here before too long. I'm hoping, and there's gonna be belly buttons flying. If you're into Nuge belly buttons, thank you, Anna. It's the Barbie Benton. And Anna, you got a crown. Um, if you haven't, check the rewards. Um, I have lots of rewards up there. My when you get a crown from me, you are not limited to one reward. There are many rewards to be had. And if you hit gold, you save 1%. Apparently, I don't know. Can't remember whether that was a typo or whether I was being a smartass because I've got dementia. But there are other rewards too at that level. Oak Ridge boys have arrived. Uh, Kansas, point of no return. Six Equinox. That's bad when you can't remember whether it was something you meant to do or whether it was a fuck up. So that is running. Stillwater, self-titled. From 1977. I've got to get these tapes liquidated so I can cook. Butterfly's been so wonderful cooking more than she usually does, and I think she's probably tired of it. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, uh, Greatest Hits, Frank Sinatra, Watertown, Led Zeppelin, Present, and Argent all together now. They said on NPR the other day, Ohio, that Shake Shack was like gonna triple the number of locations in the next year. Doesn't have a cover, but the label's in pretty nice condition. And it's pink, yes. Thank you, Anna. I assume you want the Zeppelin, right? You have to tell me for sure though, because I have been wrong before. Anna, you want number 4? We'll assume you want number 4, Anna. Some people listen with the sound off. And I pull them like that, and they. I assume that's what everybody wanted, but um, what the two of you wanted. Stick Rare Earth One World up there and run it again just in case. I like when you get like 6 items down the road and then they say, that's not the one I wanted. It's like, well, what am I supposed to do now? That's right. I can't. Bavarian Festival, Kiss Double Platinum, Volume 2. Not horrible, not bad. Billy Crash Craddock, and Bud Tutmark Island Guitar. And one thing to most of these probably had the fronts cleaned at one time. And that's how I would picture the fronts on the website and then just the playlist from the back. So I never did clean the scuffs off. But if you're ever wondering how the best way to clean these is, get a Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and it takes all those scuffs off. It'll make it look wonderful. And that's running. Hey, Annie, you wanted the Zeppelin, right? That's the one you're getting if you don't answer. I assume that's what you wanted. Thank you, Ghost. Takes the kiss. And here's another tip, Ghost. I don't know if you know this. If you buy the generic melamine erasers that are thinner, they work a lot better. They're they're easier to handle than those big fat Mr. Clean brand ones that are real expensive. You can get them on Temu by like the boatload, real cheap, but aren't as thick. Tommy James, Christian of the World, Unchained Love, Bill Bays, whoever the hell that is. Elvis sings The Wonderful World of Christmas. Where was that at Christmas time when everybody kept asking me for Elvis Christmas and I couldn't find a single Elvis Christmas? Crown Heights Affair, Foxy Lady. I wonder if Sue wore her kids Christmas kids funny Christmas tape out or whatever the hell that was that she won. Dawn did not like that tape. Okay. Kansas Leftoverture. The Very Best of Gordon Lightfoot, Volume 2. This is Christmas. And Thank God It's Friday, Volume 2. Soundtrack. And that is running. Oh, there's another Kiss. We got not too awful many left in this box, and then I'll do a couple giveaways. So if you bought something, make sure you hang out for like the next few minutes, or Ghost is gonna win. And I will check offers before I do the giveaway to make sure nobody made any offers. Get It Together compilation. Jethro Tull, Songs from the Wood. Deep Purple Burn. Very nice condition on that one. And Jerry Rafferty Night Owl. And those are running. Welcome in. If you just joined me, we're doing choice of unsealed 8 tracks, unrefurbished. At 5 o'clock p.m., I will be doing choice of sealed cassette tapes for $2 starts. But that's at 5. Thank you, back. Which one would you like? It's the Deep Purple. Thank you. That's up. I can, if Fishy wants me to, I can do that. Everybody's gonna come in wondering what you're doing. You're gonna have to keep telling them. Kiss Double Platinum, Volume 1. Pretty nice condition on that. 20 more monster hits. One More Time. Some sort of Columbia compilation. And Supertramp, Even in the Quietest Moments. And that one is in superb condition as well. Oh, I see a Ted Nugent. Is there a belly button? Oh, belly button might be obscured by the guitar. Thank you, Goose. You want Kiss? Goose. Please. Ted Nugent, largely shirtless, belly button probably obscured, State of Shock. Hawaii's Greatest Hits, Volume 2. Johnny Cash, I Would Like to See You Again. And Tony Mottola's Spanish Guitar. And those ones are on it. Nobody wanted the half naked Ted Nugent. Oh my. Okay, we've got Don McLean Tapestry. And here's 3 of these Eagle 8 bootleg tributes. So it's not really the artist. You got Charlie Pride, Donna Fargo, and Lynn Anderson. If you want them, you can have all of them for one money. Al Hurt, self-titled, and Alice Cooper, Muscle of Love. Pretty nice condition on that one. Yeah, there's a running. pile's getting high. Ward, deliver the word. The Association's greatest hits, bootleg. The Supremes. And 64 greatest Motown original hits. And that one's tape 3, a very popular tape. And those are running. We got Stories About Us, Cheap Trick, Heaven Tonight, Al Hurt, Cotton Candy, and the Beach Boys, Good Vibrations. And those are running. Okay. So I'm going to run a giveaway. This is a buyer giveaway. If you didn't buy anything, feel free to buy something from the store or make an offer. I have started listing some sealed 8 tracks in the buy now. There's not too awful many in there. There are some that I had in quantity. But you'd have to search for them because there's a bunch of stuff in there. So I'm going to move these over. How do I do this? A little bit different height than I was yesterday. There's some few decent titles in there. But that's going to be the giveaway. I'm going to take a break for a little bit while this is running to move my stacks and stuff that I've been sorting, move them out of my way so I can make room for more stacks. Feel free to shop around in the buy now or feel free to leave. Winner of the buyer giveaway gets to choose one of those tapes, and then I'll run the whole stack after that, or maybe I'll do another giveaway real quick when I come back. But go ahead and get in the giveaway if you won something, which I think there's only 2 of you. Who won? Anna won. Anna, you get to pick one of the tapes from the stack there. And I started another giveaway. So while you're picking, uh, getting the giveaway again. Takes the Gladys Knight and the Pips. Thank you. Congratulations, Anna. That one's yours. And getting a giveaway. If you bought something, I'm gonna pull it as soon as you guys get in. Ghost either left or is gonna let you win again. So I'm gonna pull it, Anna. I assume that was you that got in. Oh no, Ghost got in. Anna didn't get in. Anna, do you want to get in the giveaway? Ghost pick. I'll do another giveaway. We'll do 3 of them, and then we'll run choice of the stack. You're good. You don't want in this giveaway. You don't want any of this crap. Jethro Tull, Aqualung. Well, if I think you guys are the only 2 that have bought anything, so that's okay, Anna. You can win as many times as you want. It's your reward for being here. Go ahead and get in the giveaway. I'm going to pull it in about 10 seconds. I got 20 giveaways loaded. I didn't quite make it to 20. I think I did 14 yesterday. The day before, I did like 20. Trying to encourage you to come back and buy some more. Hey, some of the giveaways have been good. I don't really, I just kind of pull up what's next in the box, and people won some pretty decent stuff. All right, I'm going to pull it. 3, 2, 1. And Ghost wins. It doesn't spin very long when there's only 2 people in it. It just spins between the 2 of them. Welcome in. If you just joined me, we're doing 8 tracks until 3 or so. and then I'll probably take a break, and I'll come back at 5 o'clock, and with sealed cassette tapes with $2 starts. So Ghost, the other Jethro Tull. I didn't even look at the pile, so I gotta find it. In nice condition. All right, I'm gonna run choice of the stack and see if there's anything anybody wants. If there is, and you want to pay for it, it's running right now. If not, I'll pull them out of the way and start adding more to the board thingy. Okay, next time we're going to do that on the other side so I don't have to do that. Oh, Kelsey is here. Hey, Kelsey. Best of the Beach Boys, Volume 2. The Golden Trumpet of Harry James. Diana Ross and the Supremes with the Temptations taking care of business. And Three Dog Night Golden Biscuits. Gotta expand your horizons on your tapes, Kelsey. Thank you, Anna. Takes the Three Dog Night. And Anna, like I said, I think you're new here. If you ever want me to run them again, if you ever see two of them up there that you want, just if you win it, just say run again. I only run them once unless they get two bids, or somebody asks me to run them again. But that's pretty much how I do it all the time. The Beatles, the Red Album Part 2, 1962 to 66. Nice condition on that label. The Best of Deep Purple, Beach Boys Endless Summer, okay label. And Moody Blues Days of Future Past. Stillbirth missed all the good shit. Neil Young, Zuma, The Cars. The Ghost is leaving. See you, Ghost. Crosby, Stills, and Nash so far. And Bob Welch, French Kiss. So those are running. Okay. Another Bob Welch. Three hearts. Spine needs tape down or something. Same with spine's kind of missing on that one. The spine label Cars Candy O. Got a belly button there, Bishy. Frankie Carly. Frankie Carl hits of the 40s and 50s. And the Cars Panorama. And that one is running. Okay, now I'm caught up. Well, the panorama was about perfect. The other ones, Grand Funk, All the Girls in the World Beware, Around the World with Three Dog Night, T Texas Tyler, Remember Me, and The Keys in the Mailbox. Some sort of country compilation. Oh, belly buttons everywhere. 4 more belly buttons. I think that's 9 we're up to now. Bishy's across the room doing something and has to run back. Thank you, Anna. Which one would you like? Takes the Three Dog Night. The Best of Barbara Lewis. Average White Band, Put It Where You Want It. Oh, another one. Herbie Mann. Brazil Once Again. And Maxine Brown's Greatest Hits. And those are running. I don't know what's wrong with us, Anna. We've been counting belly buttons since I started doing these cassettes and 8 tracks. It keeps us on our toes. I'm gonna stick that in the jazz pile. I'm not making too much of an effort to sort out the big band stuff. I don't know if Ghost is into Herbie Mann or not. There's another Herbie Mann, Sunbelt. Rush, A Farewell to Kings. Jefferson Airplane, Volunteers. And the Allman Brothers, Win, Lose, or Draw. And those are running. Why does everything look cockeyed? If you're ever in here, get the few of you that are in here and need me to adjust, tell me. I look at the computer, and I mean the computer's completely different view than my phone. And I don't know how it looks. Like that one day we had 4 different devices to check them: an Apple, an iPad, an iPhone. the computer, oh, and my Android. So we had like 5 different things, and they were a different view on all of them. You think it's my display, my poor carpentry? Beach Boys, Spirit of America, Glenn Campbell's Greatest Hits, some sort of Pickwick that nobody will want, and Fonzie Favorites compilation. I Butterfly. I was gonna say, well, my construction keeps your head dry, but I've got some sealed copies of that thing somewhere. I think Bishy wound up with one of the sealed copies. Yeah, music for a Sunday drive. Alabama. My home's in Alabama. Impressions yesterday. And Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis. I hope we get to love in time. So those are running. Wolfman, if you just joined, we're doing choice of 8 tracks. And at 5 o'clock, we will be doing choice of sealed cassette tapes. My cat. I don't has no cans. Which cat attacked you? History of country music. Rod Stewart and John Lennon. That's some interesting artwork on that bootleg. Oh, I love them both equally. Both of your cats. Glenn Miller and Engelbert Humperdinck. Bubba's very protective, I guess. Powerhouse, K-Tel. Eagles Hotel California bootleg. Yeah, see, this is one they tell you right on it. It's not even their original musicians on that one. K-Tel Stars and Johnny Rivers LA Reggae. I felt bad. I turned the wrong burner on the stove last night because I'm stupid. And there was a lid sitting on it, and Butterfly come over and picked up the lid and burn her fingers. Yeah, so she owes me domestic abuse. Can't figure out why the water wouldn't boil. Oh, there's a 4-track. Let's see. What do we have here? Well, we got some 4-tracks coming up. That'll run. After these ones, I'll run some 4-tracks. Just in case there's somebody here that's a 4-track fanatic. Sheb Woolley, Eric Clapton Backlist, Journey, Evolution, and Keep On by the Sound Alliance. That's running. So this next box has some 4 tracks. They don't look like the best titles, but they're in the cool clear cases. So we have big band percussion, the accordion capers of Paris. Or no, there's no capers. It's just the accordion of Paris. Harry Owens and the Royal Hawaiians, great songs of Hawaii, and the golden age of dance bands, 1940. So those are running. So we're gonna do. Uh, this is all I see. So we got like 12 of these to do, and then we'll be back to 8 tracks. But I'll run them in case somebody just happens to collect them. And I can sort them out. Tribute to Lawrence Welk. Or no, tribute to all-time greats, Lawrence Welk. Enoch Light, The $1 Million Sound of the World's Most Precious Violins, Volume 1. Silent Night, Lawrence Welk. And Let's Dance. Those running. And next one is Jimmy Rogers' 12 Immortal Songs. Billy Vaughn, Golden Waltzes. The Boys Choir of Vienna, Waltzes and Polkas. Latin Heat with a Latin Beat. And we'll just do 6 of them to get them over with. Cy Zentner and the big band and Cocktails with Cavallero. I don't think anybody wants 4 tracks. All right, that's all the 4 tracks I saw in the box after I pulled that one out. Neil Diamond, Early Classics. Liberty Baptist College Singers. John Denver's Greatest Hits, and Paul Anka, The Painter. And those are. Oh man, sorry. Tom T. Hall, About Love. Annie, original soundtrack recording. Mormon Tabernacle Choir, Christmas Carols. And Frankie Lane's Greatest Hits. And those are running. Hey, Firecracker, we're doing choice of 8-track tapes, and then I'll be doing choice sealed cassettes for $2 at 5 o'clock if you're looking for cassettes. Ruby Don't Take Your Love to Town, Waylon Jennings. Best of Don Williams. Big Hits, No Belly Button, but we got some side boob there. And Emmylou Harris, Cimarron. Yeah, those are wrong. Thank you, Anna. Takes the Don Williams. Have Glenn Campbell, Good Time album. Bobby Sherman, A Portrait of Bobby, bootleg. Merle Haggard, I Love Dixie Blues. That's an import made in England. And in Murray Greatest Hits. Paper Lace, The Year in Music's Greatest Hits, Easy Listening Edition. Golden Hits of the Platters, and Tommy James and the Shondells. This thing, I'm wondering, that must have been an early Columbia House. This is 1979. That album is everywhere. And I can't imagine anyone actually purchased it. I think it was probably one of those ones that they sent everybody in the club if you didn't tell them not to send you one. Best of Charlie Rich. Nobody wants it. Reader's Digest. Tom T. Hall, Greatest Hits Volume 2. Arthur Fiedler by special request and $1 Million Polkas. We probably don't want any of those. I'm sure in the country for the top two. Bishy, when the rest of your family plays Dungeons and Dragons, you don't like Dungeons and Dragons? Or don't they let you play? Anne Murray, let's keep it that way. Simon Eddy Orchestra, Best of Broadway, Rodgers and Hammerstein. I just asked if you didn't like to play Dungeons and Dragons. You don't have to be. You can. Ed Ames and Danny Davis. How many people do they play with when they play? Did Minnie win? Nils Lofgren, Cry Tough. Something Love Italian Style. Ray Anthony, Dream Dancing, Electric Light Orchestra on the third day. Oh, there's a belly button poking out of that guy's shirt down there. A couple of years. Oh my. I've never played. I assumed when people got together, one of my exes used to play. I assumed that like somebody won. So like you don't actually somebody doesn't die and like is done if it's gonna take a couple years, I guess. I'm middle aged. I've got exes. They're not like marriage exes, but Puff the Magic Dragon. Somebody taped together. That it's got a homemade repair on it. David Soul, self-titled. Sammy Smith. I was not very popular with the ladies, and I don't have many exes. So running. You're cold. How many did you have before you, Ohio? Butterfly has more exes than I do, I think. Definitely more marriage exes. Now I don't have to worry about any more exes because I have Butterfly. She's wonderful. Right, Butterfly? Was he was he that was number three, Bishop. You missed one. The very best of adventures, Neil Diamond. You don't bring me flowers. Susan Ray, what you gonna do with a dog like that? And the Statler brothers, Carry Me Back. This one used to belong to Ella Perkypile. Ella Perkypile. That's wrong. That is not something that I have ever tried to use. Butterfly, don't get them going by laughing at their silliness. Claude Bowling, Suite for Flute and Jazz Piano, with Jean Pierre Rampal on the flute. Bill Monroe, Country Music Hall of Fame, Jim Nabors, The 12th of Never, and Steve Young, Renegade Picker. I prefer when the jabs are aimed at other people in the chat other than me. Then I can just sit back and watch. Look, the piano, and I didn't look at the artwork. The piano and the flute are in bed And the flute is smoking. I don't know. We'll throw that in the jazz pile. Mel Tillis. Mel. Neil Diamond Taproot manuscript. It's a Beautiful Day and Christopher Cross. It's self-titled. Yeah, those are running. Captain and Neil come in from the rain. Diana Ross, that one is sealed. Very special. No, the very real Red Simpson. And An Evening with John Denver. And those are running. Welcome in. If you just joined me, we're doing choice of 8-track tapes. And I will be doing choice of sealed cassettes at 5 o'clock this afternoon, Eastern time. Thank you, Anna. It's the John Denver. You got the world of Andy Williams, the wonderful world of Andy Williams. Favorites, Floyd Kramer, An Evening with John Denver, with a pretty crappy label. There's another, those are 2 Floyd Kramers. If somebody wants, we can have both of them. Dean Martin, lovely choices there. It would be better if we were more entertaining, I know. There's another sealed one. Charlie Palmieri, Impulses. Sort of Latin thing or something. The Best of 71. Marty Robbins, This Much a Man. Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Tarkus. And that is running. Thank you, Joe. And thank you for coming to my auction. You got a bronze crown. You now have access to all those wonderful savings up there at the top. Which one would you like, Eddie? Thank you. Okay, Bitchy. I wonder what Bitchy's focusing on. Let's all speculate. The George Baker selection, Paloma Blanca. And bootleg with a goofy cover or label. Gospel Music Association's top 10 songs for 1965. Uh, actually, yeah, I know there's a couple here that I had yesterday that were sealed. Yeah, let me run these and I'll stand up and see if I can find those real quick. Oh, snowing. Okay, I got two Latin ones here. Um, had these yesterday and I put them off to the side and they're in a little stack. They're sealed. Danny Riviera, Alborada. I don't know. I don't speak Spanish. I took German in school. I can sort of pronounce German. Whatever that is. La Nueva Imagine de los Andinos. And we'll add a Mavis Staples and a Top Country Hits in 1977 bootleg to that. Don't feel you have to bid on them. I just knew they were there yesterday. That kind of oddballs. Thank you, Joe. One or two, Danny Rivera. Do you want me to run the other one too? I'll add Chicago to it and run it again. You can decide. Okay. They're running with that Chicago up there. It is Chicago, which Chicago is at 5. I don't know all 48 Chicago albums off the top of my head. Yeah, that's all the Latin ones I know about off the top of my head. I'm sure I've gone through more, and there will be more, but where they're at, I don't know. But thank you. Oh, to hear them again. Nobody will want that bootleg. Nobody will want Liberace, but we'll throw them up there. The best of the classics. Elvis Country, I'm 1,000 years old, bootleg. That one, the tape's down inside of it, so you definitely have to have a repair on that one. And the instrumental Christmas favorites. Yeah, she can't see outside. There's no windows on that side of the building. You don't want any of those tapes, Butterfly. It was it was super hits. Oh, the one I didn't put up there was some sort of super hits compilation bootleg. You don't want Liberace. Yes, you are hilarious. I'll run out and see if there's a quad. Uh Mood music time, listen and relax. Ole ELO, Electric Light Orchestra. So those are running. I think the Amish kids may have went home for the day. Is Bishy still here, or is she focusing on something else? The donut lady retired for the fall or the winter. The day we remembered to look, finally, um, her sign wasn't up. She's gone. Well, Ohio, I'll educate you. You see this 8 track with that little notch out of it there? Those are quads, and they have a thing that say like Q8 on them, like that. If you find those and they say quadraphonic or have that notch, and you can get them for next to nothing, they're usually good. Like nobody gives a shit about Henry Mancini, so nobody cares. But if you find rock ones that are like that, get them. Uh, some of them are worth hundreds of dollars. Well, see, they've only got. See, that only has 2 tracks. It's got when it gets around to the thing, it chunks twice. And like these ones are stereo, they chunk 4 times. But these ones, you hook them up to 4 speakers instead of 2, like a stereo. It was like early surround sound. Yeah, some of them are big, big money. I think the most I ever got out of one was like $800. Um, but if you find them at Goodwill or in the bins and they have that little chunk out of the corner, and you can get them for 19 cents a pound or whatever you pay, you'd probably be doing good. Even if they are things like Henry Mancini. I mean, for the most part, I wouldn't tell you to pick up 8 tracks like this, but if you find the notches out of them, they're worth picking up. So B.J. Thomas, most of all, The Happy Travelers, Shouting Ground, Praise 3, and All Day Singing with Dinner on the Ground, some sort of gospel, young church singers. And that's running. That'll work, Ohio. Find lots of the harder the classic rock that you can find them in, the better. Is who like hardcore Henry? I'll bet after we told everybody to watch Hardcore Henry, he started trending on Amazon. So this is sealed and in nice condition. Wilson Pickett Chocolate Mountain. Oh, okay. Very short term memory. Tom Jones Live. Marty Robbins self titled. Donnie Marie New Season. And that is funny. Ohio, when you were talking about something looking like you wiped your butt on it this morning, I didn't make it over to the computer in time to see what you were talking about. It's hard to believe there's people that miss your show. Thank you, Anna. Takes the Tom Jones. The Nashville Sound, country and western vocal greats. Carl Story bluegrass. I'm not even going to put up the bootlegs that are got the goofy covers. Listen to country music and Gene Autry favorites. Man, that is running. Me and Bishy were discussing in chat the other day about people that have big followings on YouTube, and I told her I didn't understand why you didn't have more people there. Although at the same time, I am surprised that sometimes you have 50 people sitting there watching you swear at your craft projects. But maybe they're there for the same reason I am, which is to watch you swear at your craft projects. Johnny Paycheck, Greatest Hits, Bluegrass Special, Skeeter Davis, I Love Flat and Scruggs, and Lights, Cameras, Music, some sort of compilation. And that is running. Yeah, I noticed you're on TikTok and it's just you're just on there to tease everybody. You're not on TikTok? You're not Nurse Jenny with a picture that looks a lot like you? There's somebody on TikTok with your picture that's Nurse Jenny. And I swear it's in your contact. I swear that it was with your contact information because it was suggested to me, and I don't know why else I would be suggested. I think it just picked it from my contacts. Pretty sure it's Nurse Jenny. You're just saying that because now I said it, and these 5 people that are in here are going to run to TikTok and follow you. Those are sealed, and it's the same album. Facts of Life, Sometimes, Stu Phillips, Have a Nice Day, Music to Remember. And we'll add the Doobie Brothers, What Were Vices Are Now Habits. And that's running. I don't even know if I can bring it up. My TikTok is goofy. I signed up under my personal account and then it hooked it up with my something else. Butterfly. Dawn sent me a meme that says Phillies countdown, pitchers and catchers report in 28 days, full team workouts 33 days, opening spring training game 38 days, and opening day is 71 days away. Yeah, Uriah Heep. I'm not even gonna tell everybody about the one we watched last night. That was dumb. I think I giggled twice in the whole comedy movie, and the one time it was just because it was so stupid. Uriah Heep, Sweet Freedom, the Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me, K-Tel Music Magic, and Boston Don't Look Back. And that is running. And then you went to take a bath, and I played one game of Call of Duty and felt like I was going to pass out and set it down and fell asleep. I don't even know what the TikTok logo. Oh, right there it is. Right there, Nurse Jenny. We're friends. It sure looks like you. Array of Fragrance shared a video. There's Fei Fei. Fei Fei's following me. I don't know why she's following me. I don't post anything. Ohio, it was this summer when I was standing in an auction and I wasn't bidding. I didn't want anything for quite some time. And Butterfly was in there in the mess of it. And I was standing back and I downloaded the TikTok thing and it suggested you. And I even sent you a message and at one point I looked to see if you responded and you didn't respond. Probably because it's not you. We just had one of those. Atlanta Rhythm section, Champagne Jam in pretty nice condition. The Doobie Brothers, Toulouse Street, Encore, Jose Feliciano's greatest performances, and Michael Jackson with a Super Fro Ben. Yeah, I don't think I've posted any. You got 755 followers, Ohio. And it says you're following almost 1,000 people. You got 16.1 thousand likes. Um, there's been some stuff, some rock. I put some jazz over in the jazz pile. Not much though. What was it, Herbie Man? Is that not jazzy enough? Carpenters, Bootleg, America Holiday, America Hat Trick, and Spinners. And that's running. You had a few reels go viral. I don't even know how to check your reels. I don't even know how to use TikTok. I thought maybe someday I would learn and post things and, you know, like use it for business, but I haven't. Well, that's pretty good. You have things go viral, but probably things you don't want people to see. Ohio's like, shut up, Josh. Quit telling everybody about it. Oh, Roger Williams Golden Hits. Really dusty Freddie Fender. We'll just toss that one out. Marie Osmond, Dick Clark, 20 Years of Rock and Roll compilation. There's another one of those. Oh, that's a Reader's Digest compilation. That's why that keeps coming up. That was tape 3. And Roger Williams in a Latin Mood. Linda Ronstadt, Charlie Pride. Exercise with 2XL. There's nobody here, but Did anybody ever actually exercise with 2XL, the robot, and Neil Diamond, his 12 greatest hits? Did you ever have a 2XL Ghost? These were a little bit before my time. My parents had an 8-track player when I was a kid, but I mean the cassettes were the big thing by the time I got to be the age that it's a little robot that you stick. I think you stuck an 8-track in its tummy, either that or in its mouth. I can't remember. And he played, and then he had like 4 buttons on him for the tracks. And that when you played these tapes, they would give you like directions at different times, and you'd click the button. And I don't know. Never really played with one. I've had them before and sold them, but Belly Button, in case you missed it, I think that's number 10. Super hits. England Dan and John Ford Coley. Bootleg, Bobby Vinton, Melodies of Love. There's another bootleg main ones. Jeannie C. Riley, Country Girl. And Kansas, Two for the Show. So those are running. And if you just joined me, we're doing choice of 8 tracks. And sometime a little after 3, I'm going to take a break. And I will be back at 5 o'clock this evening Eastern time. So in like a little over 2 hours. And do sealed cassette tape, $2 starts. There's Errol Garner, Feeling is Believing. Jerry Vale, Christmas. I don't know, Ohio. The Supreme Court was hearing the case. I don't think they've ruled yet. I don't know how they could. I mean, I don't know. I don't see how they can justify that. Did they roll Ghost for sure, or oh, I assume that people will just find a way if they want to be on TikTok. And I mean, there's countries that don't allow entire things, and everybody just gets on some VPN and figures out how to access it. I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think there's a way that they're going to be able to delete it off your phone. I don't know anything that that's a horrible label on that. Gordon Lightfoot. Roy Clark, I Never Picked Cotton. Tom T. Hall's Greatest Hits. Lynn Anderson's Smile for Me. And Days of Future Past, Moody Blues. That's funny. Well, it's gonna be like Facebook eventually. 10 years ago, nobody that was over 30 years old used Facebook, and now it's full of elderly people. And the same thing is going to happen to TikTok. I mean, the same thing happened with MySpace in the beginning. It was all just a bunch of kids and young people in bands, and then it caught on, and everybody started doing it. And then Facebook came along, and all the young kids went to Facebook. I wasn't referring to you, butterfly. A pick. Are you on TikTok, pick? I wasn't for once. I wasn't complaining about anything. One of my viewers had a few viral videos on TikTok, and then she had to apparently make them private because of professional matters at work. She didn't want her coworkers and boss seeing the content of those. And we're all wondering what the content was that caused her to go viral. So now she's on TikTok still and forgot. Uh, oh, it was COVID hospital stuff. So it wasn't anything kinky. It was HIPAA violations. You're just making everybody really curious. Ed Ames, The Impossible Dream, something Tchaikovsky, Merle Haggard. Keep moving on. On a clear day, you can see forever. Are you on any social media pick? Oh, see, I hate TikTok. You touch one thing and I'm trying to close it and it does that. Did you get on Blue Sky? If you used to be on Twitter and used to like it, Blue Sky kind of acts like Twitter used to. Well, it didn't used to be nonsense. The nonsense on Twitter just started in the last couple of years. It, it used to be you could tailor it to what you wanted to see, and it was a good source of like breaking news, and people had things that were happening in real time. And then some douchebag bought the thing and kind of kind of went downhill. You didn't get the news from that was the visual stuff. You had to go and people were doing live feeds. It didn't actually get any news from Twitter because you could only write 140 characters. You had to read the articles. And nothing on the internet is fake anyway. Everything is true. I I have friends that and yeah. And you know how little I go out in public pick. When we went to get our new phones, the uh, the guy at Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Carol King Tapestries, Supertramp, and Aretha Franklin, all some pretty nice conditions there. Uh, no friends in real life. I can, you know what I mean. Uh, when we went to get our phones, this the guy that was selling the phone started talking all these conspiracy theories, and he goes to me, he goes, "Do you watch YouTube?" Like, and he started talking about it. It was like he thought that it was like he thought it was a channel, like that everything he watched it was something I would see just because I went to YouTube. Do you watch YouTube? Like it was NBC or something. And he starts telling me this stuff, and it was like some of it was like based in reality, and then it was some of it was just like started going off on like chemtrail and all this conspiracy stuff, flat earther stuff, and I was like, okay, just give me my phone. Jeff Beck Group, Rita Coolidge, Nice Feeling, Long John Silver, Jefferson Airplane, and Stomu Yamashita, Steve Winwood, and Michael Shreve. And that's funny. And I just alienated one of my viewers probably that believes the Earth is flat. I will check it out, Ohio, if I can figure out how to do it. Here in a little bit because shortly after 3 o'clock I'm going to take a break, and then I'll be back at 5 with the um, sealed cassette tapes. I take it you don't want me to share it with the world. Savoy Brown, Hellbound Train in the original slipcase. The Earth is a trapezoid. Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Fleetwood Mac Bear Trees, James Gang Thirds. I was watching something on the libtard station the other day, and they were ranting about these people that for the past several years have been saying that the Democrats control the weather and are creating these hurricanes, and now the Democrats can't create a hurricane to put out all the fires that are burning in California. And they were debating on what happened to the liberals' weather machine, that why they couldn't make rain anymore. It's not Biden. Biden's controlled by Obama, and Obama's controlled by the Illuminati. It's been 4 years of it's been 4 years of Biden is both at the same time senile and criminal mastermind at the same exact moment. It's like Schrodinger's president. Bette Midler, The Divine Miss M, The Best of the Kendalls, Swinging Hits of 1973, and Johnny Lee, Bet Your Heart or something, Bet Your Heart on Me. Oh, where's Bishy? I saw Griff's Thrifts on here one day. He was selling boxes of tasty cakes, and they were flying out the door. And it was like he was selling them for more than you could buy them online at Walmart for. Where's Bishy? I don't know that I ever have them. Jethro Tull Aqua Lung. Nice condition on that. No gummy roller. Prime Time with Don McLean. Easy Listening Volume 1. And Johnny Winter and Live. And those are running. I don't know. Griff said they didn't get west past Ohio. You couldn't find them or something. And people were scooping them up. I'm not a tasty cakes aficionado. We have the Sara Lee and the Hostess crap everywhere. I don't know that I ever see the tasty cakes, but I don't shop too much. All right. We got a belly button here for Bishy, and I'm gonna cover this up and run it, so I don't get in trouble from the censors. If anybody collects these, it's a red fox, and it's uncensored. Belly button number 10. So that is running. If somebody wants the red fox, a tiger is a big pussy that eats people, for adults only. There is a collector's market for those tapes. Ding dong, that was a woman. Is that what you call lady parts? So MFSB. No, that's a woman. She's very athletic. Hank Williams Jr. Montana Cafe. And that's a pretty scarce one there. That's from 1986. I know you guys don't care. Hank Williams Jr. Strong Stuff, and also that's one from '83. And Masekela, however you pronounce that. I Am Not Afraid. It was the wrestling boots that made it look like a dude. All right. Okay, so I've got a mess to clean up here. It's 3 o'clock. It's after 3. So what I'm gonna do is there anybody here that bought anything? Give me hearts if you actually bought something. I don't see any buyers here. Is any buyers here? I was gonna do a giveaway, but I only have. There's no one here. Okay, so I am gonna take a break, and I will be back at 5 o'clock with. Well, thanks for hanging out, Yorp. Maybe there'll be something this evening you can buy. There are actually some halfway decent rock tapes today. Some good R&B stuff, but uh, you gotta have buyers that are looking for that, and apparently all the people that are looking for 8 tracks are at work. Butterfly has her government name on here. Does she? Casper does too. I noticed when you're in the admin, Casper's name comes up. I don't know why it does that. I don't know how people have it set to do that. Because I saw it on his, and I thought it was odd, and I looked, and then there's some people that have it like that and some people that don't. If you click on your profile, it's under your username. Oh, hi, yours is on there too. Like Anna does not have hers on there. What about Pick? No, Pick's completely incognito. She doesn't even appear to be in the show when she's here. No, and I'm not asking you to do this, Pick. But is there a way to like allow people, like, if you wanted to allow me to see where you're at all times? Is there a way to like let certain people or your friends see where you're at? And I'm not asking you to do that, and I'm not just asking because I'm ask curious about that aspect of it. But I know there's people that would like to have that ability. Okay, that's what I assumed. But people have asked me before. Uh, the I know the little birdie I talk about sometimes. He he doesn't like people always to know when he's there, because then when certain buyers are there, it's like, well, there's something here to see, and then the prices go up. But I'll have to look at Butterfly's thing if she's worried about her name being on there. I just noticed that it was like that the other day for ghosts is like that. I just That was the first I had noticed somebody's name like that. And I checked some other people, and some of them were like that, some of them weren't. I don't know what mine says. I wish I could get my mailing labels to say something other than Josh Schaefer. I keep editing it, um, and it won't take it. And I can't change the pickup address from my old store location. And I hate the thought of trying to. That's all it says on mine. Huh? I hate the thought of trying to go back and forth with customer service about the pickup location. So I just figure, nobody's gonna pick up anyway. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna pause this and take a break. Thank you for coming, guys. Pick, Ohio, whoever else is here, Butterfly. I'll be back tonight if anybody here is still here for music at 5 o'clock. So in 2 hours, I'll be doing sealed cassettes. Oh, in Ohio. I thought it was funny last night. You suggested You suggested one person and somebody else suggested another person for the raid, and I understand there's some animosity in the past between those two. I thought that was kind of amusing. But the one had just bought a bunch of stuff off of me last Sunday, so I figured we'd go with her. I don't know the story behind it. I just know I've heard from a couple different people that they don't like each other for some reason. Something about days or something of when they were allowed to have. I don't know. I try not to get involved with it. But I thought it was funny that the two people when I asked for a raid, the two people that were suggested for those two. Hey Michelle, well I'm gonna pause the show and take a break, and I will be back at 5 o'clock with cassette tapes. Thank you guys. I'm gonna get off here and check your TikToky thing, Jen. Have a good afternoon, guys. I'll be back at 5. Hey, Beyond, turn the sound off. Lots of 8 tracks today, Beyond. Hey, hey, welcome in, guys. Don't get the ginger spice. Thanks, Fishy. I was gonna change the title, but I didn't know if I didn't want that to start me a new number system. I want it to stay with the same number system. So I'm gonna start up here again. Changing my notes. I should have done that before I started up. All right, so I'm gonna start, and if you've never been here before, put the tapes up there on the little board thingy, and then I'll run them for choice. And if you win, you just say 1, 2, 3, or 4. Got all sorts of stuff in my buy now. Feel free to make offers. I just accept pretty much. I always accept the offers during these shows, and it'll combine them for uh, combined shipping. I've had a few people ask me, message me, and then they want to bundle stuff. There's no real easy way for me to bundle stuff, and pretty much making offers during the buy now is about the only way to do it. Um, that's feasible. So I'm gonna go ahead and get started. What doesn't sell, I'll put up there on the wall, and then at the end, I'll pan around the wall and see if there's anything you want, and I will pull that down and we'll run it real quick for 5 seconds each or something like that. So we got Simon and Garfunkel Greatest Hits, I Love It, Ted Taylor, Be Ever Wonderful, and Levon Helm and the RCO All Stars. It didn't have an actual store, Mr. Bishy. It was just here in this big building. We just had well, we had 2 websites. We had a one that sold vintage music and then one that sold antique type stuff. And then we combined them. So those are running. But it was up pushing 20 years. Yeah, there was no real way to shop. Everything's just warehoused in boxes on shelves. Strange Bedfellows, Comedy and Politics, Diane Shore in Tribute, The Story, Grace in Gravity, and Great Hymn Melodies, Volume 2. So those are running. If nothing else, this morning on the 8 tracks, I got a lot of them sorted anyway. Tomorrow night, I'll have some sort of ephemera show in the evening. Probably won't be doing tapes tomorrow. I'll have a Friday evening. I have a show with 100 pre-listed. I think they're all cassettes. And I will bring some tapes in that are sealed and run those for like an hour, like this, prior to the pre-listed stuff, doing the pre-bids and requests on the pre-listed auctions. Barbra Streisand Memories, Secret to My Success soundtrack. I think that's Thelonious Monster, Stormy Weather. Everybody Wants to Shag, The Teardrop Explodes. And choice of those is running. Sound of Philadelphia. Brother Phelps, Let Go. Indigo Girls, Swampophilia. And Marianne Brandon. Those are running. Bishy, I looked at the weather a little bit ago. On Monday and Tuesday nights, it's supposed to be like -8 degrees here. Izzy Stradlin and the Juju Hound, Glenn Ricks, Fall in Love, Gene Krupa, Drummer Man, and Jimmy Roselli, The Best Of. Yeah, we're right on the edge of it. It looks like in the middle of the country, it's going to be even worse. That would be nice. We're not supposed to get anything pretty much near freezing for the high until like the end of the 2-week forecast. Cool and the Gang, Celebrate, The Kinks, Phobia, Brian Adams, Waking Up. Oh, that one's all crushed. Brownstone, Still Climbing. And the George Russell Septet, The Stratus Seekers. I'm always nice to Butterfly. Most of the time. All You Need Is Dance. Willie DeVille, Back Streets of Desire. Oh, there's a belly button. The Music of Madonna. Instrumental. Sybil, Doing It Now.
And those are running. Earl Thomas, Blue Not Blues. Silverfish, Organ Fan. Mark Stewart, Metatron. And The Sounds of a Synthetic Future, Electro Dance 2. Yeah, those are running. Thank you, Beyond. Which one would you like? It's Silverfish. Samples, No Room. Paul Young, From Time to Time. Toto, Kingdom of Desire. And there's another Lyle Lovett. We just had one of those. Mike Oldfield, Islands. Those are right. Thank you, Beyond. Which one would you like? It's the Mike Oldfield. Thank you. And welcome in. I'm doing $2 starts on choice of sealed cassette tapes tonight. Fillmore Sims, Blues. It's gonna be my time after a while. Engelbert Humperdinck. The Shrams. Whoops. Walk to Delphi. And Polly Shore, The Future of America. So those are running. And thank you, Beyond. Thank you, Beyond. Jimmy Reed, Heartaches and Troubles. High Five, I Just Can't Handle It. Maxi Cassette. Marty Stewart, Love and Luck. And Shake Your Boutique, another compilation of music from Details. Another Belly Button Bishy. And those are running. Yeah, Streets of Desire soundtrack, self-titled Lucy Brown, Sly and Robbie Rhythm Killers, and Subway Good Times. So those are running. Thank you, Classic. Thanks, the Subway. Thank you. And I'll add an Eric Reed to it. It's all right to swing and run those again. Thank you, Beyond. Takes soundtrack. Thank you. Rebel Rousers, the best of Southern rock. All-time greatest hits of Roy Orbison. Brenda Russell, Kiss Me With the Wind. And A Town South of Bakersfield, Volume 3. And those ones are right. And I don't think I'll probably make it tonight unless you guys are wanting to go crazy on buying stuff. But Kid Clamato is on at 9:30 tonight selling tapes. Welcome to the Underground, mixed by Denny Setos, Greg Allman, Laid Back, Linda Ronstadt, Get Closer, and Chicago Symphony Orchestra. And those are running. And Kid doesn't have anything pre-listed, but his auction says hard rock and metal. Thank you, Beyond. Thanks, the Greg Allman. Rimsky-Korsakov, Greatest Hits. Rude Boys, Rude House. Ray Ruiz, Destino, Garland Jeffries, Don't Call Me Buckwheat. Those are random. Welcome in. If you just joined, we're doing $2 starts on choice of cassette tapes. They're all still sealed tonight. Thank you, Classic. I do have some tapes in the buy now. Feel free to make offers on them. Son-in-Law, original soundtrack. Say Anything, original soundtrack. Bonnie Raitt, Fundamental. And Ritual Tension, I Live Here, and Hotel California, double album. Two Pauly Shores in one night. Welcome in. We're doing choice of cassettes. These are all still sealed tonight. Thank you, Beyond. You want the Pauly Shore? And we'll add Rod Stewart, When We Were the New Boys, and run those again. And that is running. Rod Stewart, Say Anything soundtrack, Bonnie Raitt, and Ritual Tension double album. Thank you, Gary. So Say Anything soundtrack. Barbara Streisand, Wet. Millie Jackson, Rock and Soul. Doug Stone, More Love. And Billy Joel, The Stranger. And those are running. Thank you, Beyond Leftovers. Takes Billy Joel, thank you. Scared Them Crew, Scared from the Crypt. Barry McGuire, Eve of Destruction. Sister Ray, No Way to Express. And Donny Joe White, Roosevelt, and Ira Lee. So choice of those is running. Thank you, Cold. It's number one. Regina, It Ain't Over. Material Issue, Freak City soundtrack. Rock and Roll Volume 7. Orchestral Favorites, Royal Danish Symphony Orchestra. And those ones are running. I think that's Belly Button 12 for the day. Hey, Junkie. That was number 12, I think. Well, actually, Fishy's been in and out, so I've been having a hard time counting. We had a, what is that, Grand Funk, all the Girls in the World Beware, where there's like 4 bodybuilders on the front. So that should have added 4. I think we're way beyond 12. No, I think we've hit 16 before. And then there was some dispute about the George Michael album with all the shirtless people about how many was actually in that photo. Steve Winwood, Taking Back the Night, Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch, Music for the People, Kim Wilde, The Singles Collection, and Mighty Spoiler Unspoiled. So those are running. And welcome in. If you just joined us, we're doing cassettes. They're all sealed tonight. Captain Goosehead, thank you for the raid. I have never seen that logo on the raids before. It's making all sorts of changes. Everybody give Captain Goosehead a follow. What were you selling, Captain Goosehead? Country CDs. Well, all I have is buyer giveaways ready. So what I'm going to do is I will run, since you guys come in, you guys were here, give Captain Goosehead a follow. I will run the next, I'll run the next three at $1. $1 starts on them. Thank you for that read, Captain Goosehead. Fallen Angels soundtrack, Regis Philbin, It's Time for Regis. Faithless, Sunday, 8 p.m. 4321, the zeros. So let me change it. I'll do three at $1. So that is running. Thanks for the follow, Captain Goosehead, and thanks for the raid. So it takes the zeros. Thank you, Beyond. Do 2 more at $1. And this one will be Rough House Survivors, Straight from the Soul. Jerry Rafferty, Right Down the Line. The Rembrandt, Untitled. And Linda Ronstadt, Winterlight. And we're doing choice of all sealed cassettes tonight. And be sure to check my buy now. I've got pushing 2,000 tapes in there. Most of them are sealed. There are a few records and a few CDs. Most everything is sealed. Feel free to make offers if you find something you want. Thank you, Beyond. Which one would you like? Number 1. And I will be I'll be selling the next music show after this is Friday. I have a pre-listed show. I got 100 pre-listed things, some good titles in there. And I'll do some show and sell for an hour before I do the pre-listed stuff. And if you guys that come in are interested in cassettes and you didn't know, there's a caravan all day Saturday selling nothing but cassette tapes in this category. So check that out. Tribute to Edith Piaf, or Piaf, I don't know how you say that. Mighty Sparrow, Kamal Silhouette, and Chicago 8. And we're starting this one at $1 too. No, it didn't start at $1. Apparently I have to edit it every time. So I'll start the next one at a buck. Simple Minds, Reel to Reel Cacophony, Wilson Phillips, Shadows and Light, Doc Cheatham, Legendary Pioneers of Jazz, The 87 Years of Doc Cheatham, and Jack Wagner, Alone in a Crowd. So let me start this one a buck. Again, thank you for that raid. And that is running. Captain Goosehead raided us. Nobody won any of those for a buck. Start the next one for a buck too. Maybe there's somebody else. Terrence Trent Darby's vibrator, and there's a fabulous belly button in that one. She's missing all sorts of belly buttons. McVicker soundtrack and the Mission Grains of Sand, Mission UK. So I'll start this one at a buck for the raid, and then we'll be done with the buck starts. We'll go back to the $2 starts. So that is running. Your choice. All still sealed. Your guess is 3. I think they want the belly button. Oh, it takes the Tyrone or Tyrese. You're here for the R&B, okay. Up front, David Sanborn. So that one's running. If anybody's into 8 tracks, I'm going through tens and tens of thousands, probably 150,000 8 tracks on here. I'll probably, I don't know when the next time I'll have another one of those shows is, but today was a split show. I started with 8 tracks at noon and did those for a few hours. If anybody's looking for 8 tracks, but some good R&B 8 tracks. Spin Doctors, Pocket Full of Kryptonite, Comedy Classics, John Wesley Harding, and Third World, Hold On to Love. Those are running. Shitty. I had a couple with multiple bids today. There's not many people on here looking for them, which they're obviously not as popular as some of the other formats to begin with, but I've just got so many and they're unsorted. So doing it that way, it lets me sort them out, and I'm basically making piles of country, piles of pop, piles of absolute garbage, piles of Christmas. Bobby Womack, Looking for Love Again, Best of Peggy Lee, Janet Jackson Control, and Sugar Smack Top Loader. And there's a ring. And like I sorted out I found a bunch of 4 tracks today and a quad and just sort them all out and probably run some lots on some other venues and some of the Thank you, Classic. Some of the stuff that was sealed in quantity, I'll probably just put in my whatnot store. Thank you, Classic. Oh, I would have multiple bids. So I will add a split second to that and run it again. Nova 69442, you unlocked your bronze crown. If you guys haven't checked the rewards, click on that crown up there. It tells you what the different levels and savings are, and you can click on there and put those codes in and save something pretty much on every purchase forever. Because if you keep buying enough before you run out of coupons, you should be at the next level. Blues Rock Avalanche, that Coco Taylor and T-Bone Walker, Harry Connick Jr. Blue Light, Gary Burton, and the Pearl Fishers. And that is running. Easy, if you're here, hello. I don't know if you're really here or not because my PC is telling me different things than my Android, and my Android is telling me different things than the iPhone that I'm streaming on. It's sort of odd. They're all three different. Gypsy Rumba, a Wool Bud Spawn, Band of Susans, Love Agenda, and Carol and Hester. The more cowbell comments showed up on all of them, though. But Super Kelsey only joined on my PC. Very weird. I started selling today at noon, and thank you, Beyond. And at 4 o'clock, I was listening some tapes into the Buy Now, and I noticed they changed it, and they have a new feature on there where you can scan a barcode now, and it's supposed to pre-fill the information. I didn't try it to see how it worked. And in that 4 hour period of time, they changed it. I also got the an email from them last night asking me if I wanted to join the beta program for the customer service, where the sellers provide the customer service instead of whatnot. I don't know what I don't know if any of these have cowbell. Reckless Abandon, the Shirelles, Joe Diffie, Regular Joe, and Calypso. Oh yeah, Calypso Rose. They're slowly taking away every aspect of this platform that was appealing to begin with. The guaranteed instant payments, that they still have guaranteed instant payments, but you get a lot more cancellations now. When I started, nobody canceled. Everybody's payment went through. Now, not so much. Now they want us to do our own customer service. And when I started, you had to be a reseller. Next thing to go is they're gonna not handle the shipping, which will suck. OJ's from the beginning. Music from Philadelphia and New York. You're soaking in it. Alex DeCastro, Grandis Excitos, and the Willis brothers. Y'all come, satisfied mind. Thank you for those offers, Beyond. And this is running. I assume Ghost. But see, they've been handling the returns, and if you have a problem, if you sell something that you misrepresent, or if it's damaged or lost, they've in the mail, they've been handling that and doing the refunds, and apparently they want to get out of doing that. Out of Africa soundtrack, Charlie Parker, Bird Flies High, the Meanies, 10% Weird. And we just had one of those that nobody wanted, so I'll add an autograph, tear down the border. And those are running. Which I've heard a lot of people say they want to do the shipping themselves. A lot of the bigger sellers that do heavy items, they've been clamoring to get UPS or to be allowed to use those other people, other vendors, other shipping vendors, because they get pretty good discounts, I guess, to begin with. And as big as the stuff they ship, they want to be uh, able to use their own. The Levelers, Love Dolls, Love One Another, John McCormick, My Wild Irish Rose, and James Galway, The Celtic Minstrel. Those are right. John Hyatt, Bring the Family. Lester or Luther Hughes and Cahoots, Perfect Strangers. The Chieftains, Santiago, and a version, The Ugly Truth. And those are running. Thank you, Beyond. Fix the aversion. And we'll do like we did last night. Once I get the bottom shelf filled, I will run a few giveaways and move everything up to the top shelf so I can keep sitting down. Onagama, Healing, Eddie Raven, The Best of Eddie Raven, Louis Armstrong, Jazz Genius, and Michael Bolton, self-titled. And those are running. Linda Ronstadt, Winter Light. Nicholas Rosa, Hollywood Legend, conducted by Elmer Bernstein. Violent Green, Eros, and the Age of Innocence soundtrack. Choice of those is running $2. Thank you, Beyond. It's the bottom of green. Woody Shaw, Song of Songs. Shirley Scott, Oasis. Spirit of America by the Bolivian Seekers. And Louis Armstrong, Mac the Knife. And there's a run. Brian Adams, Waking Up the Neighbors. Azimuth, Crazy Rhythm. Mitch Wood, Shaking the Shack. And the Soul Stirs, When the Saints Go Marching In. So those ones are run. Whoops, no, it didn't. Now they're running. World's Best Love Hymns, Volume 4. Manzanera and Mackie, Up in Smoke. And that one's Crack the Whip. And Apache Indian No Reservations. And those are right. Thank you, Beyond. Irma Thomas, The New Rules. Bobby Womack, we just had one of those too. The Nylons, Four on the Floor. Josie Wales, Cowboy Style. And Rod Stewart, A Spanner in the Works. So those ones are running. Bruce Springsteen, Greetings from Asbury Park. Best of Hurricane Smith, Best Love Hymns Volume 1, and Welcome to the Epidrome. And that was running. Where were you, Bishy? You missed like 5 belly buttons, some quality belly buttons. Does Minnie like the belly buttons like you and Mr. Bishy like the belly buttons? Is it like hereditary? It's somewhere around there. That's Chicago 11. And that's Chicago 13. Houdini, Open Sesame. Oops. And Suzanne Vega, Days of Open Hand. And those are running. Junkie stopped. My PC said Hazy was here, but I said hi to her and she didn't respond. But she wasn't here on my iPhone or my Android. I've got 3 different displays of things in the chat going on that are separate. Not sure why. Scott Joplin Greatest Hits, My Fellow American soundtrack, White Lion, it looks like another belly button. And Squeeze, singles 45s and under. And that is running. It's okay, Bishy. No, nobody's judging you. Thank you, Beyond. Number 4. Ninja Man, Article Dawn. Mumble Skinny, Head Above Water. Steel Pulse, Living Legacy. And Silence of the Lambs, original score. So those ones are running. Thank you, Beyond. It's number 3. The Saints, All Fool's Day. I think leftovers. Doc Severinsen and the Tonight Show Band. Strange Weather, Glenn Fry. And Bobby Hutcherson, solo/quartet. And those are running. What are you having, Bishy? Do you make it fresh? Ian Matthews, A Soul of Many Places, Reba for My Broken Heart, Robbie Williams, The Ego Has Landed, and the Mighty Quinn soundtrack. Oh, that sounds good. And those are running. They were interviewing him on NPR the other day, and he was joking about how he had no fans in America. Takes the Robbie Williams. They theorized or whatever, hypothesized or figured or reckoned or whatever you say, uh, that it was because he was too British and refused to Americanize his lyrics, and people couldn't understand him. That's probably what they were talking about then beyond. Neville Brothers Keeper, Kondabunga Man Soku in Central Park, Peter Rowan and the Rowan Brothers, Tree on a Hill, and 9.5 Weeks soundtrack. $110 million to make a documentary. Seriously? How does it get so expensive? They were having a fit about the Melania Trump one. And it's only supposed to be 40 million. So it's not a documentary, it's a movie. Or is it a documentary? Or both? Oh, I would say so. I would say there's two. They're drawn belly buttons. Was that like worldwide opening, or was that just in the US? Wow. What was the rock DJ? That's the last song I've heard played anywhere around here, or on anything I've ever seen or consumed. The the one where he skating around a ring, and then they start peeling off their skin or something. Jayhawks, Hollywood Town Hall, Reba McEntire, Greatest Hits Volume 2, YBT, Dead End Kids Doing Lifetime Bids, and The Chirping Crickets. Yeah, this is the only Robbie Williams song that I can remember off the top of my head, and I vaguely remember it. And I think at some point the women start undressing and then ripping their skin off or something. I don't know. Or maybe he does. I don't remember. It's been so long. Those ones are running. 14 years ago is when that came out. I'm gonna say they want this one. Uh, Thank you, Beyond. Oh, he's taking his pants off, so I'm guessing it's him that tears his skin off. I'll add the JB horns. I like it like that. This is acid jazz. Those are running. Now he's flexing. Thank you, Gary. Takes the Jayhawks. Oh, now he's naked. And if you've never seen this before, this is he tears his skin off. And I think that was the last of any sort of hit he had in the United States. Yeah, better man. That's all right. We'll go back to the blues. Stevie Wonder, Hotter Than July, Richard Barone, Cool Blue Halo, The Killing Fields soundtrack by Mike Oldfield, and Mark Isham, We Begin. And they are running. I just did a search for it, and it's hard to believe that's really Butterfly is sitting upstairs saying no, no, no to herself. Don't worry, dear. I don't think it's out on Amazon yet. $100 million. What's the number they say could solve world hunger? 400 million? I think that's the number they keep saying. We don't have any theaters here. Oh, there is one in the town near us. They pretty much all closed down. A split second, Jaguar right. There's a splatter, and Pirates of the North Nortano hits. I'm gonna guess that that's gonna be completely vetoed by Butterfly. Just base. She probably hasn't Googled it. She probably doesn't know who Robbie Williams is. She probably doesn't see the monkey thing. She probably doesn't see your comments. She just hears the sound of my voice. Well, it'll be interesting to see which one she's trying to ignore me. It'll be interesting to see which one does better, that or the Melania Trump one that they spent 40 million on. Which James Carville said the other day that there's no way in hell that you could spend that much on a documentary no matter what you did. But I guess if you did the whole thing and made a CGI monkey of the whole thing, that would cost quite a bit of money. Don Felder Airborne, Junior Wells Messing with the Kid, Stevie Wonder Characters, and Stevie Wonder Greatest Hits. And that's running. And I'm pretty sure the Melania Trumpet documentary will not be watched by Butterfly either. She wasn't too happy last night that I picked a movie about aliens. It was supposed to be a comedy, and I can't remember the name of it, but I picked it on her Amazon user profile. So now it's gonna skew all of her stuff to show her stupid teenage boy movies with aliens. Thin White Rope Spore, a compilation. Orange Sugar Muffin. Dust the Wildflowers, or the Wildflowers Dust. And Angela Winbush. So choice of those is running. Thank you, Beyond. Takes the Thin White Rope. The Classic Rates wants me to rerun it. Why BB King, Why I Sing the Blues to it. That's running. Thank you, Classic. Takes number 3. Looks like I got about 2 more stacks and then I'll do some giveaways. Crystal Waters, apparently self-titled. Lightning Slam, Hoodoo Blues. Oops. The Kinks, Think Visual. I think there's a belly button in there. And John Seri, Planetary Chronicles, Volume 1. And it's running. Stevie Wonder in Square Circle. Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits, Volume 2. There's another one of those JB horns that we just had. And Helen Merrill. And Yoko Ono, Walking on Thin Ice. And those are running. Harry Connick Jr., 20. Helen Humes, Swinging with Humes. Roger Whittaker, Danny Boy. And Classic Yes. Steve. And those are running. Thank you, Beyond Leftovers. Number 3. Beyond, I think you disappeared today. We were all trying to figure out what the Beyond Leftovers was, where that username came from. Is that something you don't mind sharing? This is when they say it's not pronounced Beyond Leftovers. Return to forever. Chick Corea, where have I known you before? You don't want to do that. You'll be Robbie Williams forever then. as long as I can keep it in my mind. Too much soundtrack. Count Basie in the Kansas City 3 with Ray Brown, Louis Belson for the second time. And that's right. I wish I could remember who that was that yelled at for mispronouncing their name. It's okay. We were just curious. We don't have to know. We got I think I asked and you weren't there, and we got sidetracked talking about Beyond Meat. State of Confusion, A Street, Jimmy Thackeray and the Drivers Drive to Survive, Fred Schneider, and Gregory Isaacs' Lonely Days. And those are running. Oh, okay. And you resell, or is that what you mean? You'd like to reiterate, you're not dumpster diving for sustenance. we got, we gotcha. That it wasn't where my mind went originally, but if you had to explain it. Boomerang soundtrack, Chuck Berry, Calling England Out of Control, and 12 Inches of Snow. And that's running. So you resell? Is that what? or do you just buy for fun and to repurpose or something? Beyond's like, I didn't want to get into this. Thank you, classic. So adding Jimmy Smith prime time to it and running it again. Nostalgic dorks. Butterfly Beyond Leftovers says they sell and collect, and they're just nostalgic dorks, glorified or glorified and cleaner hoarding. I had to read that to her. She's not she's not reading. She probably just has a phone on while she's crocheting. Uh, Thank you, Beyond. It doesn't mean anything to you, dear. Oh, what does it make you? Well, I don't know. I just thought that was kind of an interesting term, nostalgic dorks. Joe Tech's greatest hits. Albert King, Red House, 7 Seconds, Soul Force Revolution, and Reba McEntire, It's Your Call. Hey, one of the best deals I have got in the past 3 years was a yard sale that me and Butterfly stopped at. Uh, that we ended up. Well, I ended up in the dumpster for how long was I in the dumpster, Butterfly? Thank you, Beyond. And technically, it wasn't a dumpster; it was a full size roll. She's being sassy tonight. Stop asking her questions. We stopped at this guy's yard sale. He was going to a old folks home, and we got Chuck Berry's Golden Hits, Milt Jackson Orchestra, Big Bags, the Church Gold Afternoon Fix, and Golden Sounds of the Duprees. He was selling off all of his antiques, and it was the last day of the sale. And we bought some stuff, and there was a dumpster there, and I kept trying to look in it. And I had bought a stack of oh, what the hell do you call them? Ledgers. And when I went to pay, he's like, I threw a whole bunch of more ledgers away. They're in the dumpster. And I'm like, oh, yeah. And I'm like, do you care if we look? And he ended up letting us go in the dumpster. The dumpster was a full size roll off, like full size. And it was completely full and overflowing. The only bad thing was that the guy was there and he was still having his yard sale, so he watched. So I really couldn't dig to the bottom. I got a lot of them. Studebaker John, Dakota Staten, Mozart, and the Sex Pistols live. and it's running. Oh, there was a whole bunch of other stuff. There was photos, there was more paper, there was a there was like a 10-foot long Pepsi sign. Um, there was a bunch of other antiques. I mean, there was a ton of scrap. I didn't take any scrap or anything. Um, but the guy was moving. It was like whatever he didn't sell. Thank you, man. Uh, he was just chucking in the dump. I think I ended up spending about $100 at his yard sale, and that was the most profitable yard sale I've been to in years. But because I ended up playing the dumpster, Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, The Noise of Trouble, Last Exit, Live in Tokyo, 7 Seconds, Ourselves, and John Scofield Blue Matter. And that's running. Oh, beyond. I wish I would have known that when before I hauled box truck after box truck out of here to the dump. And there I'm making Bishy's head explode just talking about it. Takes number 4, thank you. We probably shouldn't talk about it. We'll get Bishy upset. Oh, that had multiple bids. I'm sure that's what you guys were all bidding on, although that's so I'm gonna add the Soup Dragons. This is our art and run them again. So I've got Bishy and Butterfly both ignoring me. I didn't throw away any good vinyl that I know of. It was a lot of really beat stuff and tons of lower quality 45s. But I did toss a bunch of 78s that were pretty nice condition. Eddie Kirkland, The Devil and Other Blues Demons, Success in Effect, Back in Effect, Skip Ewing, A Healing Fire, Stan Getz and Oscar Peterson Trio. And that is running. Yeah, it's just they're so time consuming and slow moving, and I'd already moved them repeatedly, and there had to have been a lot of value there, but I mean there were so many of them, just the time it would take to go through them. And the shipping's what gets me on them. Because even if you do sell one, the double boxing of them and then the worry that they're going to get there on time or in one piece. So Sly and Robbie, Silent Assassin, Malcolm McLaren, and the Bootzilla Orchestra, Walt Starling, Black Stalin, Message to Sunder, and Brigadier Jerry Freedom Street. So choice of those is running now, and that's going to fill up my shelf. So what I'm going to do is do some giveaways, and while the first giveaway is running, I am going to move everything from the first shelf to the second shelf. so I can continue to sit down for the next hour or so. Yeah, I like tapes. You can pretty much just stick them in an envelope. So we got I'm gonna put up a couple stacks there, and it'll be choice of the stacks for the giveaway. And I'll do a couple giveaways, and then I'll run choice after the giveaways. Okay, there we go. So take a look at those tapes. I'm gonna start a giveaway and move my tapes up on the shelves while it's running. If there's anything in the buy now that you want, feel free to make an offer. So the buyer's giveaway is running. Getting that, and after I'm gonna let it run while I move these things up, and then I'll probably run it a couple times, a couple giveaways. So have an idea of what you want if you win. And at the end, after I got both of these two shelves full over here, I'll pan around them before I end the show, and I'll go slow and let you pick. If there's something you want me to run, I'll pull it down, and then we'll run everything for 5 seconds, sudden death, $2 real quick. Um, in case you missed anything that you want. And welcome in. I'm doing a buyer's giveaway. Feel free to make offers in the buy now.
And check out my auction on Friday. I got a bunch of pre-listed tapes in that, and I'm gonna let this run. A little over 2 minutes left. Figure out which one you won if you win the giveaway, and I'm gonna go grab a couple more boxes of tapes while this is running, and we'll do a couple giveaways back to back when this ends. Congratulations, Cold Crush. Which one would you like? Gonna start another giveaway while I'm finding that one. Sounds of Blackness. So getting the giveaway, I'm gonna pull it relatively quickly here. And Beyond Leftovers. Congratulations. Which one would you like? Bottom right. All right, one more giveaway from these stacks. So getting the giveaway, I'm gonna pull it real quick, and then after the winner picks, I will run choice of the entire stacks. Any tape in either stack, or something that somebody wants that didn't win in the giveaway. So we got 4 people in. Three, two, one. Pulling it. Classic. Thank you or congratulations. Which one would you like? Takes the new edition. All right, so you see what's there. It's going to be choice of any tape in either stack.
that is running. So choice of any of those tapes. Oh, there's a Christmas one now. Throw that out into the Christmas pile. Okay. John Tesh, Grand Piano, or Grand Passion. Pitch Shifter versus Biohazard. Fiddler on the Roof, Cast Recording, and Bounty Killer, My Experience. So, choice of those, $2. Thank you, Beyond. And Slick Lily, Rituals. Chris Kleeman, Scratch It While You Can. A Ford Electronics car demo tape, and Mozart's Greatest Hits. So those ones are running. Oliver, Cast Recording, Wayne Newton, Moods and Moments, Nicholas Nickleby, I think that's some sort of musical, and Marsha Griffith Steppen. And those are running. Brand X, Unorthodox Behavior, Chainsaw Kittens, Flipped Out in Singapore, An Emotional Fish, Slooper, and the Bass Project Trans Euro Bass Volume 1. Those are right. Welcome in. We're doing choice of sealed tapes. David Sanborn up front. Eddie Grant live at Notting Hill. The Mavericks. And What is that? Larry Fast Synergy Metropolitan Suite. And those are right. Everly Brothers compilation, Mr. Magic's Rap Attack, Volume 3, Terrence Blanchard Malcolm X soundtrack, and Peggy Scott Adams Help Yourself. And those are running. Thank you, Cold. Takes number 2. I'm gonna rerun that. Okay. Add Dennis Brown Overproof. And that's running. Thank you, Classic. Takes some Malcolm X. The Shutov Assembly, or however you pronounce that, by Brian Eno. The International Blunt Funk compilation. The Commitments original motion picture soundtrack. And Merle Saunders, Jerry Garcia, John Kahn, and Bill Vitt, Keystone Encores, Volume 1. Those are running. Thank you, Cold. It's number 2. Rock and Roll 1970 compilation. Billy Squire, Enough is Enough. The Martin Guigui Band, or however you pronounce that, Anxiety. Twin 77, Slang and Trance. And those are running. Cut down on that if you just made Mr. Bishy go everywhere. Thank you, Beyond. Does Minnie have a driver's license? I said, I don't. My kids don't really care for me, so I don't talk to them. But as far as I know, neither one of them has a driver's license, unless they just got one recently. At least the one, and for that same reason. Roberto Ruiz, Con Banda, La Flaca, The Roshes Speak, Old Time Radio Special Edition Favorites, and Neil Diamond. What is that? I'm glad you're here with me tonight. And that's running. Oh, I remember hearing my mother say that when we got our driver's license, that was great for her. She liked that I could drive my brothers around, and she didn't have to be a taxi as much anymore. Oh, just wait till the weather gets warm and you get Minnie and Mister. Get them each one of those electrified bicycles like everybody's rides that's got a DUI around here. I don't know how those guys get around in the winter, the DUI bikers, but they're all over the place around here in the summer since they have the electric bikes. Kama Sutra soundtrack, John Cale, Words for the Dying, The Crickets, and Rock and Roll 1965. Oh, that's right. Mr. Bishy's feeling good all the time. Does he got his green card so he'll be stocked up and ready to chill after his surgery? 4 Mile Road, Myra Holder, Jackson Brown, I'm Alive, Right Said Fred, Up, and however you pronounce that, T'Pow, T-Pow, T'Po, The Promise. That's running. Thank you, Beyond Leftovers. Thanks, the Right Said Fred. Little Johnny Taylor. Everybody knows about My Good Thing. Some sort of piano concertos. Pam Tillis, Homeward Looking Angel, and Pam Tillis, Sweetheart's Dance. And those are running. Welcome in. If you just joined, we're doing choice of sealed cassettes. And I've got tons of cassettes in the store. Feel free to make offers on any of those. Yeah, David Byrne, what is Tanto Metro and whatever that is. Everyone Falls in Love. Tanto Metro and Devin Devont. Tanto Metro and Devonte. I don't know who they are anyway. Food for Feet. I don't know what that is either. and Chuck Mangione Quintet. And there's a runner. Thank you, Beyond Leftovers. Thanks to David Brown. Johnny Taylor, Wanted One Soul Singer, The Bells of Mons, Glenn Miller Orchestra, and The Best of Chuck Mangione. So choice of those 2 boxes running. Delamatri Waking Hours, Preacher Rattlesnake Wine, Mike Oldfield, Songs of Distant Earth, and the B-52's Good Stuff. Those are running. Thank you, Beyond. Number 4, thank you. Pope, Blind Pig Sampler, Volume 2, Chieftain's Celtic Harp, and in a rub-a-dub style, number 3. And those are running. Thanks again, Beyond. Takes the Pope. There's a pitch shifter desensitized, Mighty Terror, Pan Poetry, Ohio Players Honey, and Lori Morgan Watch Me. Those are running. Thank you, Beyond. Takes the pitch shifter. And we have a Lion King soundtrack. a Mo Money soundtrack. The Noise of Trouble, whatever that was, Last Exit live in Tokyo. And John Lee Hooker sitting here thinking. So those are running. Choice of those four. Thank you, Classic. Takes Mo Money. Hey, Dawn, what's up? I got your text. I didn't reply yet. I read it to Butterfly, and she was excited. The Crying Game soundtrack, CNC Music Factory, Brave New Music, and the Dirty Dozen Brass Band, Jelly Roll Morton. Dawn sent me a text that said that oh, I meant the first one. I didn't see that. the She sent a Phillies countdown. The opening day opening starting her spring training game. Opening spring training day game is 38 days away. Butterfly cannot wait. She is tired of stupid movies. Dawn's a Phillies fan. Butterfly's a Mets fan. I'm a fan of watching baseball. No, I didn't even see it. I've been on here. I wanted to click when I clicked to see how many days it was again. I saw that thing about the F bomb. So the choice of those is running. But Butterfly got those, and I've sent Bishy some of them. I sent you one, and I sent Junkie one. Junkie hasn't said anything about hers. You're a Giants fan. I got one of the. Pretty sure that's. Um, there's a guy on here that buys ephemera off of me out in California. He's a Giants fan. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's Giants, right? Mighty spoiler on spoilt Alex Newhall, John Cale, and Andy Williams' Songs of Faith. And that's running. I don't know my geography. I know where California's at. It's right before you go into the ocean. He's near San Francisco. Well, then I guess that's why he's a Giants fan. It's a big state, and they've got a whole bunch of teams out there. Kiara or whatever. Condition of the Heart, Maureen McGovern, Beto and the Fairlanes, and Malathini, King of the Groaners. I don't. Their Butterfly's daughter lives in Vegas. I don't know if they're baseball fans though. They're big football fans. I don't I'm not near any AAA. The closest AAA team or any minor league team is about it's like an hour and a half away. I like the games because they're fun. You can get real close to them, but it still end up being real far away. And it's to go to a game, you might as well just go down and see the Pirates play from here. John Lee Hooker alone, Tchaikovsky greatest hits, Coco Taylor Wang Dang Doodle, and Elvis Costello the best of. How far is Reading from you? I think Reading's like 4 hours from us. There's a team. There's I believe Erie still has a team, and there's one in Altoona. But they're both like an hour and a half away. Touched by an Angel, the album, Touring the Alps, MFSB All in the Family, and Mighty Sparrow Volume 4. And that is running. Are you from around there, Beyond? Obviously, I never pay attention when I print labels to see where people are from. Buffalo's a haul for us. Southside Johnny and the Asbury Jukes, Vonda Shepherd, The Best of Sugarloaf, and Joe Walsh. Those are running. The Crying Game soundtrack. We just had one of those, didn't we? Yeah, we just had one of those. Lenny Kravitz, Are You Gonna Go My Way? Mighty Spoiler Unspoilt, Mighty Sparrow, Volume 4, and Count Basie, 88 Basie Street. So those are running. Good deal on that, Beyond. Last one I sold those look pretty high. We've got Kathleen Battle and Wynton Marsalis, Baruch Duet. There's another one of those Myrtle Saunders and Jerry Garcia's. That one's volume 2, the Keystone Encores. The Sounds of Heaven. Don't know what that is. And Mark Cohn, the Rainy. That's not sealed, is it? It's not sealed. And Pat Metheny Works. And those are running. Kingfish, the Fabulous Thunderbirds, Hot Number, Anderson, Bruford, Wakeman, and Howe, and Dance Max Volume 1 featuring Technotronic, MC Hammer, EMF, and Rappin' Forte. That's right. It was. Did you look at the weather forecast on the extended? It's ugly. Thank you, Beyond. On Monday and Tuesday, it's supposed to be like -8 overnight here. There's another Crying Game soundtrack. Oh, that got multiple bids, so I'll add Joey Lawrence, self-titled, to that. That's running. Well, I figure if it's super crappy and cold like that, then I don't feel so bad about sitting inside doing this. Thank you, T. Welcome in. If you just joined, we're doing choice of sealed cassettes for $2. Another Mozart space. Nobody's bought one of those yet, so I'll stop throwing them up if I see them. Phantom of the Opera highlights. King's X Dogman. And Immaculate Fools. Dumb Poet. And the Irish Rovers Greatest Hits. And that is running. It looks like on the map of the bomb cyclone or whatever they call those that drop down from Canada. It looks like the jet stream or whatever is dropping the whole way down to Texas, and it's supposed to be really cold. And we're right on the edge of it. Western Pennsylvania is right on the edge of the super cold stuff. So I don't know what it would be if we were in Ohio. But apparently, you're supposed to not get it quite as bad as us either. That was dusty. Round Zero, Bootsy Collins, Future of the Funk EP, Millie Jackson, Rock and Soul, Jeffrey Gaines, and Mighty Terror. And that is running. At least when it's super cold like that, it usually doesn't mean it usually means there's not too awful much snow to go with. I try I try to be optimistic, Ohio. I was looking ahead hoping to see some like fours and 40s and 50s or something. Now I'm going to look forward to 5 days of until it's 30 degrees colder than it was today. So once on this island, Rocio Dracal, Damn Yankees soundtrack, and Blue Airplane's life model. And those are running. Thank you for the offer, T. I told Butterfly a few years ago when it was whatever year that was that it did had one of those things they call a bomb cyclone now. When it dropped down and froze all those pipes in Texas, it was like -20 here. Taylor Dane, Naked Without You. Tracy Lee, Many Faces. Kansas, In the Spirit of Things. And Kansas, Power. No, it's Choice. It's only $2. And it's running. Oh, that would be nice, 50. Sorry, Denny. With the rewards that the people are getting and them selling for $2 and the fees, I'm lucky if I make a buck on these. Thank you, Beyond. It was -30 there. What's that? Rerun. Okay. I had the Ultra Navy or whatever that is to it. And that is running. And welcome in. We're doing choice of sealed tapes. $2 start. And be sure to check out the buy now if you got about 3 hours of time to scroll. Got lots of tapes in there. Feel free to make offers and make a bundle. Thank you, T. Takes number 2. And since that had a multiple bids, I'll rerun it with adding men at large to it. Is that what it is, Ohio? Thank you, Classic. Takes number 2. Pay myself. What's that? And since that got multiple bids, I'll add Cool and the Gang to it and run that again. My accountant probably is amused by the complete inability to pay myself. In fact, that it never ever happens in any way. Thank you, Beyond. Speaking of accountants, my accountant didn't call me today. And by my accountant, I mean my QuickBooks Live bookkeeper that's supposed to call me. I don't have a real accountant. The King Singers, the Candabunga Man So Good. We had one of those earlier. So I'll leave it up there. And Madeline and Other Stories told by Carol Channing. And those are running. Probably got 3 or 4 more stacks until my shelves are full. And then we'll do another giveaway and I'll rearrange a little bit. And before I'm done, I will scan over the ones that didn't sell tonight and take requests from those in case you missed something. I assume not everybody's been here the whole time since 5. The Doobie Brothers, the best of the Doobies, KP's Sunshine Band, Banged Party Drum. Had 3 of these. Nobody ever wants those. Fabulous Thunderbirds. We've had one of those too. And West Side Stories. And that's running. Sure. Oh, you, you're gonna tell me you're gonna look up the fee structure? Are you gonna tell me that you did? Thanks, Garrett. Okay. Guitarro, The Light of the Spirit. Robert Palmer, Don't Explain. The Bellamy Brothers. And Speak Love, Ella Fitzgerald, and Joe Pass. And that is running. The Wallflowers Breach, Evan and Jaron, Tangerine Dream, 220-volt live. You too, Dawn. Thanks for stopping by. Ella Fitzgerald, Montreux Jazz Festival 1975. And those are running. Thank you, T. Takes the Wallflowers. And I don't think it's going to matter, but I add the Winter Solstice 5 to it. And that's running. Thank you, Ghost. I think that's just the name of the album. Or are you being a smartass? All right, who said run it again? Okay, I'll run it again. Buddy Rich, the Roar of 74, I'll add to it. Tangerine Dream's good too, but it's not heavy metal. Thank you, Beyond. Hey, Toothpaste. Takes the Tangerine Dream. I don't think I've ever heard of 220-volt. Preacher Rattlesnake Wine, Black Uhuru, Mystical Truth Dub, Enakamozi, or whatever, however you pronounce that. Here comes the Hot Stepper, and whatever that is. That's running. Well, I'm gonna check them out. We've listened to blues for long enough. We're gonna listen to. Oh wait, we don't want to listen to Heavy Christmas. I don't think. So this is 220-volt. Never heard them that I know of. Lita Ford Stiletto. Ohio Players, Fire, OJ's from the beginning, and Webb Wilder Hybrid Vicar. No, Hybrid Vigor. Vigor. Choice of those is running. Thank you, BP, and thank you for coming to my auction. You can just tell me 1, 2, 3, or 4. It was the easiest thing to do. Thanks to Lita Ford. Thank you, BP, and you got a crown, so you can there's discounts up there and the rewards. Tony Williams, Lifetime the Collection. Roger Williams, Greatest Hits. Tony Joe White, Roosevelt and Ira Lee, and Lord Melody, Precious Melodies. And that is running. Oh, we've had a few of those and nobody bought any of them. So let's go ahead there. Dixie Dregs, Dregs of the Earth. The Goats, Tricks of the Shade. Some sort of piano teaching book. And Sippy Wallow's Women Be Wise. That is running. Thank you, Beyond. Takes the Goats. And I will add Waxing Poetics Mannequin Moon to that. Run it again. And that is running. When's this 220-volt from? Is this a current band? It's a Swedish heavy metal band formed in 1979. It was formed when I was 2 years old, and I've never heard of it. Either that or I completely forgot about it. Thank you, T. World Party, Bang. Well, the Wooden Tops. Keith Carradine, The Will Rogers Follies, A Life in Review, and Duke Robillard, Temptation. Those are right. Bobby Womack. We just had a Blue Airplanes. I don't think that sold. Just had a Gary Burton. Jack Wagner, All I Need. Wilson Phillips, Shadows and Light. And Stanley Turrentine, What About You? And those are around. The Best of Jerry Jeff Walker. Scott and Todd Scam America. Wayne Watson, Watercolor Pennies. And Welcome to the Future. Must be some sort of compilation. And those are running. I'm too lazy for wallpaper. Imagine when they made that. It took them probably a lot of effort to. No, I don't know where I put it. That probably took them a lot of effort. I feel bad for all these artists that used to have to be digital or used to do digital artwork. Now all you got to do is talk into your AI program and they pop this shit right out. This case is cracked on this Weather Prophets. UB40 Promises and Lies, Hand on the Torch, US3, and Pointer Sisters Greatest Hits. And those are running. I can't even begin to think what Silver Stripper wallpaper is. Sunny State Constellation, Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry. Nancy Wilson, Now, and The Persuasions. So choice of those is running. Actually, the wall behind me does have wallpaper, but I didn't put it there. It's the only wall in the entire building that has wallpaper. My shirt does not match it. Lucinda Williams, Sweet Old World, the great Jackie Wilson, Club Nouveau, A New Beginning, and Kathy Dennis, You Lied to Me. So those ones are running. Oscar Lopez, Dancing on the Moon, Contigo, Garth Brooks, In Pieces, Mormon Tabernacle Choir, Songs of Faith, and Billy Joel, Greatest Hits, Volume 1 and Volume 2. Thank you, Beyond Leftovers. Thank you, Beyond. Oh, excuse me. I had two Garth Brooks sealed box sets CDs at my on-site sale, and they sat there for like 3 months, and nobody bought the things. I mean, my on-site sales, my stuff was basically like make an offer, and finally, the last sale, somebody picked one of them up and asked how much, and I said just make an offer, and they gave me a few bucks for it or whatever, and I said, "Do you want this other one?" And they couldn't believe they didn't see it, and they said, "I've been to every sale and didn't see this." But they were ecstatic once they left with two brand new sealed Garth Brooks box sets. Eddie Kirkland, The Devil and Other Blues Demons, Cool and the Gang, Celebrate, Gina Thompson, Nobody Does Better, Nobody Does It Better, and Bobby Bland, If Loving You Is Wrong. And those are running. Thank you, Classic. Takes number 4. Okay, my shelves are about full, and Butterfly's probably ready for supper. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a giveaway or two, and then I am going to over there. Those are the ones that we went through tonight. After the giveaway, I am going to pan those slowly, and if there's any requests, let me know, and I will pull them down, and then once I pan over all of them, we'll run them real quick for like 5 seconds, sudden death, and you guys can be nice and not bid against the people that request them, or you can fight over them. I don't care.
Um, but we'll just do those 5 second sudden death uh, real quick. But I'm gonna do a couple giveaways first. Any hair metal, um, probably some, but I don't know. Pretty much sorting and unboxing tonight. A lot of this stuff is from like the 90s. I do have a lot in the buy now. So I'm gonna let this run for 5 minutes. See the top of that. So those will be your choices. I'm gonna start the giveaway and let it run for 5 minutes. Feel free to shop in the buy now, make offers if there's something that you're interested in. And then I'm gonna pan over the stuff that didn't get bids tonight uh, over there on the shelf, and we'll pull it down and run any of that for $2 that you want. And those, whoops, did I do that right? Yeah, okay. Buyer freebie is running. So getting that, and in 5 minutes, we'll I'll run just a couple more giveaways real quick. So get an idea of what you want if you win, and then we'll scan those shelves over there. Got about 8 seconds. Get me giveaway going in. Congratulations, T. All right, I'll do a couple more giveaways real quick. I'm gonna hold them quick, so pay attention and get in here when I start it. It'll be choice of those stacks. And it's running. He wins again. So we're gonna start another one while T is picking. Picks the Cosmic Creature Classics. It's got whatever that one is. Livona. Every time I have one of those up, it sells. I can't remember. Hard to read. It's goofy font. And I don't know what band is. I don't know the band. Okay, I'm gonna pull it. If you want in, get in. He's on a roll. The goofy font that everybody wants. His name is Alive Livonia. You can't read it unless you. It's not lenticular, but you have to like turn it sideways to see it. All right, one more. Maybe somebody will win something other than tea. I'm gonna pull it in about 3 seconds. Gary Wynn. Which one would you like? And while Gary is thinking, um, the CS Angels, where did I see that? All right. Before I go over there and spend the next 20 minutes panning and selling these at sudden death for 5 seconds, is there anyone that wants me to pan? If you guys don't want me to pan, I won't do it. I'm perfectly fine to go eat supper. Okay, I will. I just didn't want to do it and then the first 15 minutes. Yeah, and I think what I'm gonna do is when I have these shows, I'll probably do what I did today. A lot of these cassette shows where I'll sell 8 tracks in the morning or cassettes in the morning or vice versa and move it around. But I'll put the thumbnail on there of when I'm gonna do stuff and always check my show notes. Uh that that I think that works pretty good. And then if people want to buy both, they can, and I only have one pile of shipments to do, and people can combine shipping. And if anybody wants to shop in the buy now, it gives them all day to do it. Because you can still shop in the buy now when the show is paused. Can I run a stack, like the whole stack? Oh, yeah, well, I can do that. I usually do that and kind of forgot. So I'm going to do choice of these stacks. So it's running $2, 15 seconds, your choice of those tapes. And I'll run it again. If you guys keep buying, I'll run them. I don't know what else is in there. I really didn't look. I just pulled them out. But you wanted Schoolie D. Uh, All right, I'll run it again while I'm putting that one back in the loop. Thank you, Beyond. Which one would you like? Patty Smith. Takes the Patty Smith. And I'll run it again. If anybody wants any more of those. All right, I'm gonna pan, and I will try to get as much of this stuff out as I can. But I have to take the one kitty to the vet tomorrow, and I gotta have him in there early. So I usually try to ship within a day. So if you don't get a shipment notice early tomorrow morning, that's why. But I'll try to get as many done as I can. So I'm gonna pan up and down these rows pretty slowly. If there's something you want me to run, tell me, preferably when I'm near where the tape is. Thank you for the offer, Saucy Cat. I will check those offers when I sit back down at the PC.
and I'll be selling Ephemera tomorrow night. And then Friday night, I have a cassette show where I have, I think, 100 auctions listed. You can pre-bid if you want, and I'll probably sell similar to the way I was tonight, uh, for an hour or so, and that'll be in the show notes when the show starts. But usually about an hour, I'll give the people to. Thank you for the purchase, Saucy. About an hour to look at the pre-listed stuff. Thanks for the purchase, also. And welcome in if you just joined me. I'm finishing up and I'm doing a scan of the things that weren't picked in the choice auctions. If there's something you see on the screen that you want me to run, put it in the chat and I'll pull it down and we'll run it. No Guns N' Roses tonight. Next week, I'm probably going to be getting into a lot of the stuff that's unsealed. A lot of this that I've been selling, a good portion of it came from